Chapter 1466. What's going on? Has something happened to Jianchen during his cultivation? Quan Yu Kai, who had reached Class 7, quickly retreated as he asked loudly. His voice was filled with worry. This light is origin energy of radiant saint force, but it has always been gentle. Why has it suddenly become so tough? Has Jianchen successfully broken through to Class 9? The president of the Radiant Saint Master Union said with a heavy voice. Towards the end, his face was filled with shock. Class 9 Radiant Saint Masters. Class 9 Radiant Saint Masters have never appeared in history. Am I going to witness the birth of a legend today? Is this the difference between Class 8 and 9 Radiant Saint Masters when the origin energy that has always been gentle suddenly so fierce? The Grand Elder of the Union murmured emotionally. His voice trembled. At this moment, the four of them did not dare to open their eyes. They all used their hands to cover their eyes. He used his hands to resist the stimulation of the strong light to his eyes. Even though there were two Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters among them, equivalent to the Holy Emperor of the Tian Yuan continent, they still did not dare to directly stare at the light with their eyes. Not only was the light brighter than the sun in the sky, but it was also extremely harmful to the eyes. The light also possessed soul attack. It could directly penetrate their eyes and harm their souls. Even though that was the case, the four of them still felt like their hands, faces, and even their bodies had been pierced by thousands of needles. It was as if the rays of light that shone on them had turned into long, invisible needles that pierced their bodies. Although this could not harm the four of them, such an unforeseen event still caused great shock in their hearts. After all, the four of them were Radiant Saint Masters and had cultivated for many years. They believed they had an extremely deep understanding of Radiant Saint Force, but they had never thought that Radiant Saint Force would possess such shocking power. The pressure from Jianchen became more and more powerful. The radiant soul core in his soul had already expanded by a lot. It had completely reached the major achievement of the soul core. However, his soul core was not perfect. At this moment, his soul core shone with extremely bright light. The light broke out of his body and seemed to form a miniature sun, illuminating the entire artifact space. Although the light was the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force, it was no longer gentle. It had become extremely tough. As for the large success light origin core, it was also gradually fusing with his origin spirit. This fusion was a true fusion. The two had fused into one. As the soul core fused with his soul, Jianchen's soul rapidly strengthened. It underwent a qualitative leap. Afterwards, the pressure from his body that specifically targeted souls rapidly strengthened as well. The four of them retreated time and time again. They were already several dozen kilometers away from where Jianchen cultivated. Only when they were so far away could they endure the pressure. The artifact spirit had vanished long ago, no longer appearing. The fusion of Jianchen's soul core and soul lasted for 3 whole days. After that, the white light from Jianchen gradually vanished into his body. Even the pressure that specifically targeted the souls of others dispersed. Jianchen remained where he was with his eyes closed. He silently sensed the changes that had occurred to him. The first thing he sensed was his soul. Before reaching Class 8, his soul was only at the level of a peak Holy Emperor. Afterwards, when he reached Class 8, his soul broke through to the origin realm. Now that he was a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master, his soul experienced a qualitative leap once again after fusing with his soul core. It was several times more powerful than before. At this moment, the President, Grand Elder, Quan Yu Kai, and Kara Livy all returned from several dozen kilometers away. They gathered in the hall again and all stared at Jianchen, who sat there with his eyes closed. There were still traces of dried blood at the corners of their eyes. Their eyes were bloodshot, especially Quan Yu Kai and Kara Liwei's. Their bloodshot eyes were even more serious. Their entire eyes were scarlet red. The artifact spirit appeared silently as well. It stood in a row beside the four of them as it stared at Jianchen closely. It was filled with caution, as if it was prepared to immediately leave if Jianchen shone with the same light again. It was a spirit in the first place, so the damage from the white light that could directly attack the soul was far greater than that of Kara Livy and Quan Yu Kai. Jianchen finally opened his eyes slowly. The breakthrough this time was different from the last time. When he reached Class 8 last time, he was so excited that he could not control himself. However, after reaching Class 9 this time, he actually calmed down. Jianchen, have you reached Class 9 successfully? Quan Yu Kai could not help but ask. Even though he already knew the answer, he still wanted to hear confirmation from Jianchen. Jianchen nodded with a smile. Looking at their bloodshot eyes, he obviously knew that it was all because of him. He immediately felt slightly apologetic. Afterward, a powerful white light radiated from him, enveloping the four of them. Although this layer of white light was strong, it was very gentle. It was not as aggressive as the previous layer of light that was full of yang energy. The four of them immediately felt a comfortable feeling spread through every inch of their bodies as they bathed in the gentle white light. It made them feel like they were on cloud 9. Their bodies became lighter as if they had been reborn. The bloodshot in their eyes vanished in that short moment as the wounds in their eyes completely healed. Very soon, the white light disappeared. However, the four of them were shocked to discover that in this short period of time, their physiques had actually undergone a subtle change. It was like a person with mediocre aptitude had suddenly consumed a 1,000-year-old heavenly treasure and undergone a complete transformation. The four of them were extremely shocked by this discovery. Even the President and Grand Elder struggled to maintain their composure as Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters. Although they had already guessed that Class 9 Radiant Saint Masters were very powerful, they had never imagined that they would be so powerful that they could be reborn in such a short amount of time. I'll use a strand of Class 9 origin energy to cleanse the four of you, paving a path for you beforehand. It'll allow you to cultivate much more efficiently in the future, Jianchen said. The moment his soul core had completely fused with his soul, he seemed to have opened a door. He understood many things vaguely, and his usage of Radiant Saint Force origin energy reached a whole new level. Chapter 1467. Afterward, Jianchen took out a portion of ruler armaments and king armaments from his space ring and passed them to the President and Grand Elder. He also told them about the secret method of reviving saint weapons as well as the experience he had gained from reviving saint weapons. Now that the President and Grand Elder had both become Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters, they possessed the ability to revive saint weapons. With their assistance, Jianchen would be under a lot of pressure. At the very least, he would be able to save a lot of time. The next attack from the world of Forsaken Saints could come at any time. What they lacked the most was time. The President and Grand Elder received the new beast fur from Jianchen like it was a treasure. They carefully held it in their hands as they were extremely excited. As for Quan Yu Kai and Kara Livy, they stood to one side enviously. They also felt the urge to become Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters. Jianchen hesitated slightly when he saw how excited the President and Grand Elder were. In the end, he still told them about the secret of reviving saint weapons and turning them into puppets so that they could prepare themselves mentally. Their reactions were just as Jianchen had expected. They were both stunned. However, Jianchen did not give them any time to react. With a wave of his hand, he left the artifact space. The four of them were sent away by the artifact spirit as well. When the President, Grand Elder, Kara Livy, and Quan Yu Kai returned to the Union, Jianchen had already vanished. He had already left, leaving Kara Livy and Quan Yu Kai dejected. They wanted to thank him. Jianchen first returned to Lore City in the Kingdom of Jessen and sent his mother, by Yuntian, into the artifact space. The white crystal condensed from pure origin energy had yet to be completely absorbed by Jianchen, but it was only the size of an egg now. Mother, just stay here and cultivate in peace for the next period of time. I have a crystal condensed from radiant Saint Force origin energy here. If you can absorb all the origin energy in the crystal, you may not be able to reach Class 8, but Class 7 will be more than enough. Jianchen gently said to Bai Yuntian before passing the egg-sized crystal to her. Although Bai Yuntian was over 50 years old, she looked like she was in her 20s or 30s. She wore a gorgeous white dress, and a snow-white cloak made of animal skin trailed behind her. She was graceful and luxurious, and her bearing was kind. Bai Yuntian immediately looked at the egg-sized crystal in Jianchen's hand when she heard what Jianchen had said. Curiosity filled her eyes as she carefully accepted it. She studied it carefully and asked, "Xiang'er, is this the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force?" The origin energy of Radiant Saint Force was a power that could only be grasped by Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters. Although Bai Yuntian had seen this power more than once due to her special status, this was the first time she had clearly sensed the mysteries of the power from such a close distance. Correct, this is the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force, but it's even purer than regular origin energy. Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters. As long as you fuse a strand of origin energy with your soul will undergo a transformation and reach Class 7. You'll condense a soul and become an existence on par with saint rulers. Mother, although you haven't reached the peak of the 6th class yet and can't fuse with origin energy, you can cultivate Radiant Saint Force several times faster in the artifact space compared to the outside world. At the same time, if you keep the crystal with you, your cultivation speed will increase even more. You'll reach the peak of the 6th class before long. At that time, you'll be able to absorb the origin energy in the crystal and reach the 7th class, said Jianchen. Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. Bai Yuntian murmured. Her eyes were filled with yearning and excitement, but she calmed down very soon. She looked at Jianchen lovingly and gently said, "Xiang'er, I'm already very satisfied and proud to see you reach such a height. Class 7, Radiant Saint Master isn't important to me. You should keep this for yourself. You need it more than I do." Bai Yuntian passed the egg-sized crystal back to Jianchen. Jianchen gently shook his head and smiled. "Mother, I'm already a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master. This thing is useless to me now, so don't refuse it. Take it and cultivate here at ease so that you can reach Class 7 as soon as possible." "What? Xiang'er, you're already a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master." Bai Yuntian was immediately shocked when she heard that Jianchen had reached Class 9. She stared at Jianchen in shock as disbelief flooded her face. Just like that, Bai Yuntian temporarily settled down in the artifact space. She cultivated Radiant Saint Force according to Jianchen's wishes and did her best to reach Class 7. After settling Bai Yuntian down, Jianchen left the artifact space. The golden, pagoda-shaped saint artifact immediately shot into Jianchen's forehead as a streak of golden light and disappeared. Afterward, Jianchen returned to Flame City. Just when he wanted to return to the secret room to revive the Emperor armament as soon as possible, he suddenly received a message from Fairy Haoyue. "Jianchen, please come to the Bright Moon Divine Hall for a chat." Jianchen was taken aback, but he did not hesitate. With a few flashes, he silently entered the forbidden grounds of the city lord's estate. He stood before the entrance of the Bright Moon Divine Hall. The door opened automatically and Jianchen strode in. Very soon, he vanished from the Divine Hall. It was still the same majestic hall where he had met Fairy Haoyue last time. Fairy Haoyue's illusionary figure sat on a high throne as she looked down at Jianchen. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as she stared at Jianchen closely. It was as if she could see through everything. After quite a while, Fairy Haoyue sighed in amazement. "I never thought that you would become a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master so soon. Even I can't help but sigh. If it weren't for the fact that your soul had grown up as a Radiant Saint Master, it would still be at the level of a holy emperor. The soul core of a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master just happens to be at the same level as your soul, which is why it can fuse perfectly with your soul core, allowing your soul to reach the strength of early returnant. You must be able to condense martial soul force already. Jianshan was shocked when he heard that. Only now did he understand why his soul core had fused perfectly with his soul. As it turned out, it was because his Class 9 soul core just happened to be at the same level as his Holy Emperor's soul. The two of them were at the same level, which was why they could fuse perfectly. Although his soul had reached the origin realm after reaching Class 8, that was only because of the minor success soul core. Without the minor success soul core, his soul would still be at the peak of the Holy Emperor's soul. The two of them would never truly fuse. Chapter 1468. Martial soul force is a type of energy produced from the fusion of the soul core and soul. It's impossible for non-fighters and Radiant Saint Masters to possess it. When the soul core and soul fuse perfectly, martial soul force will radiate uncontrollably. You've experienced the fusion, so I believe you understand a thing or two about martial soul force, said Fairy Haoyue. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He said, "Is martial soul force a type of pressure that specifically targets the soul?" Martial soul force is an extremely wondrous energy. According to my understanding, it's similar to attacks on the soul, and it specifically targets the soul. However, it's even more terrifying than regular attacks on the soul. However, there are just far too few fighters and Radiant Saint Masters in the Saints world, so even I have never personally seen someone like that. I've only heard a few rumors, so my understanding of martial soul force is limited. If you want to understand it in greater detail, you'll have to explore it yourself. However, I've once heard a rumor that an overgod and Radiant Saint Master used just martial soul force to kill several hundred gods in a single moment. At the same time, he heavily injured over a dozen overgods. Among the overgods, there were even 2 experts who ranked among the 3,000th on the overgods' stairway. Do you know how powerful martial soul force is now? Fairy Haoyue stared at Jianshan closely. Jianshan was surprised. It was not rare for someone to take on many people at the same level of cultivation. He possessed that ability, but to heavily injure them in a single moment while killing several hundred people who were only a single level of cultivation was rather shocking. After all, the amount of time was just far too short. At the very least, when he forged the azulate swords, there was no one who was his opponent among the Holy Emperor and could contend against Origin Realm experts. However, it was impossible for him to kill several hundred Holy Emperors and over a dozen Holy Emperors in a single moment. At that moment, Jianshan's breathing actually became rather ragged. The strength of martial soul force shocked and excited him at the same time. If he possessed this ability, if he possessed the astonishing battle prowess of the overgod that Fairy Haoyue had mentioned, there would be nothing to fear even if the Holy Emperor and Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints possessed an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. According to the glorious battle skills of the overgod from the world of Forsaken Saints, his soul had already reached the level of returnants. He did not need martial soul force to heavily injure returnants expert. He would be satisfied as long as he could heavily injure receival expert. As for the Holy Emperor, it was extremely likely for him to kill several hundred people in a single moment like the overgod from the world of Forsaken Saints. Martial soul force is very powerful. Even in the Saints world, this is publicly acknowledged. As a result, fighters and Radiant Saint Masters who possess martial soul force are known to be invincible among the same level of cultivation. Only the supreme prodigies raised by large organizations possess the right to contend against them. However, people who are both fighters and Radiant Saint Masters are extremely rare in the Saints world. I estimate that even with the entire Saints world in perspective, it'll be very difficult to find 10 of them. Fairy Haoyue fell silent for a while when she reached there. She then stared at Jianshan deeply and said, "There's one more thing. In the countless years of history of the Saints' world, I've never heard of a Grand Prime who was both a fighter and a radiant Saint Master. Jianshan did not waver. His expression did not change at all because he primarily cultivated the chaotic body. In the history of the Immortals' world, no one had managed to break through to immortal exalt with the chaotic body. Fairy Haoyue believed that Jianshan did not know what Grand Prime was when she saw how Jianshan did not react. She explained, Jianshan, you possess the strength of the origin realm now, so you should understand some basic information about higher worlds. The Saints' world has a total of 5 major realms, which are mortal, sainthood, origin, god, and primordial. The mortal realm corresponds to those below Saint Ruler on the Tian Yuan continent. Sainthood is Saint King, Holy Emperor, and Holy Emperor. The origin realm is receival, returnance, and reciprocity. Your current strength has already reached the origin realm, but I don't understand your cultivation system, so even I am unable to confirm your exact strength. The only thing I am certain of is that your soul has already reached returnance. Above the origin realm is godhood. There are 4 realms of godhood, which are deity, god, overgod, and divine king. Surpassing the divine king is the final realm of the saints' world, the primordial realm. The primordial realm is also divided into 3 major realms, which are infinite prime, chaotic prime, and grand prime. Grand prime is the peak existence in the saints' world. Grand Prime's status in the world of Forsaken Saints is equivalent to the Holy Emperor of the Tian Yuan continent. They are the strongest experts of their world, the ones who have reached the end of the path of cultivation. Jianshan, you're both a fighter and a radiant Saint Master, so you're fated to never reach the peak. Even if you go to the Saints' world in the future, no matter how shocking your talent is, no matter how hard you work, you'll never be able to reach your current status on the Tian Yuan continent. Don't you feel disappointed? Jianshan smiled in a carefree manner. Fairy Haoyue, I'm nowhere near godhood right now. Grand Prime is still a little too far away from me. As for status, I, Jianshan, have never purposefully pursued it in my life, much less cared about it. All my hard work in the past was just so that I could continue living. I didn't want to die to the blades of my enemies, but at the same time, I wanted to have enough strength to protect my family and friends. Fairy Haoyue praised him when she heard that. She said, It's good that you can maintain that mentality. However, your talent is extraordinary. Even with the entire Saints' world in perspective, you're a supreme prodigy nurtured by a large organization. Even if you can't become a Grand Prime in the future, you'll be able to reign supreme below Grand Primes. Thank you for your praise. Jianshan clasped his hands with a smile. Enough. Jianshan, I didn't call you here to tell you this. Even I've never seen martial soul force condensed by both fighters and radiant Saint Masters. The main reason I called you here was to personally witness the wonders of martial soul force and see if it's as powerful as the legends say. Since you want to witness martial soul force, I'll use it right now. However, I'm not familiar with martial soul force, so I might not be able to control it properly for the first time. Please be careful, Jianshan said. Fairy Haoyue sneered. Although only my soul remains, I'm still not someone you can harm in this divine hall. Jianshan said nothing more. He slowly closed his eyes. Martial soul force was only a name passed down from the Saints' world. In Jianshan's opinion, martial soul force was actually just the power of the soul. It was a new power of the soul formed from the perfect fusion of the soul of a fighter and the soul core of a radiant Saint Master. P.S. The slow pace of updates has indeed been horrible recently. Many readers have voiced their opinions, and some readers have even said that Xiaoyao has been replaced. Xiaoyao knew that aside from the slow pace of updates, there might be a lack of passion in the most recent plot. This is because the plot on the Tian Yuan continent has reached its end. Everything I'm writing right now is to pave the way for the world of Forsaken Saint. The chapter in the world of Forsaken Saints has come to an end, and I'll be heading to the Saints' world very soon. At that time, I'll welcome a brand new plot and continue writing a brand new story. Xiao Yao is currently adjusting his state of mind so that he can recover by the next day. After that, he'll do his best to update at 6,000 words a day. After that, he'll work towards his goal of 10,000 words a day. If anyone has any questions regarding the plot, feel free to bring them up in the comments section. Chapter 1469. Jianchen said nothing more. He slowly closed his eyes. Martial Soul Force was only a name passed down from the saint's world. In Jianchen's opinion, Martial Soul Force was actually just the power of the soul. It was a new power of the soul formed from the perfect fusion of a fighter's soul and a radiant saint master's soul core. It was like yin and yang. Once they fused, they would undergo a qualitative change and become chaotic. A while later, Jianchen suddenly snapped open his eyes. At that moment, his gaze became extremely shocked. A tremendous pressure radiated from his body, sweeping through the surroundings like a storm. The pressure specifically targeted souls. In particular, the pressure seemed to be filled with a destructive force. Once people with weaker souls were enveloped by the pressure, they would be obliterated in a single instance. Fairy Haoyue's eyes shone brightly. Her illusionary figure shone with bright moonlight, and a blurry full moon slowly rose up behind her. It shone brightly. Fairy Haoyue stood at the very center of the moon. Her hair and clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. Under the moonlight, she seemed like an otherworldly fairy, holy and enchanting. At the same time, the supreme power hidden within the divine hall surged. It rapidly surged through the divine hall before condensing into a transparent barrier of moonlight between Jianchen and Fairy Haoyue. It seemed to divide the hall into two regions. As soon as the barrier was condensed, Jianchen's martial soul force arrived as well. In a single instance, the invisible martial soul force struck the barrier heavily. However, to everyone's surprise, the martial soul force directly passed through the barrier when it came in contact with the barrier. Like a pack of wild horses, it charged towards Fairy Haoyue in a brutal manner. The barrier cast down by Fairy Haoyue was unable to stop it at all. It was completely ineffective. The rumors are true. Martial soul force is extremely difficult to block. Regular methods are useless before it, murmured Fairy Haoyue. Fairy Haoyue murmured. She remained seated on the throne without moving at all. She spread her arms, and the moon behind her immediately shone brightly. It erupted with extremely powerful moonlight force, enveloping a range of 20 meters around Fairy Haoyue. An independent domain had formed within that range, as if it was a world of its own. The world seemed to possess its own laws. After passing through Fairy Haoyue's barrier of moonlight, Jianchen's martial soul force collided with Fairy Haoyue's domain once again, causing the domain to shake violently. The laws within were thrown into a mess as well, showing signs of collapsing. Fairy Haoyue's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, the moonlight force from the moon behind her became slightly more powerful, channeling even more power into the domain. It immediately strengthened the collapsing domain, stabilizing it very soon and blocking the martial soul force. Jianchen's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw how his martial soul force had been blocked. He was unable to shake off the moonlight force around Fairy Haoyue no matter what. At the same time, he finally stopped worrying. He no longer had to worry about his martial soul force harming Fairy Haoyue. Since my martial soul force can't harm Fairy Haoyue, why don't I take a gamble and use my full strength with martial soul force? I want to see just what level my martial soul force has reached and whether it's enough to deal with Returnance Expert. It'll also allow me to understand this new power, Jianchen thought. He immediately stopped holding back and began to use his full strength. Immediately, the soul pressure in the hall rapidly increased, especially in the region around Fairy Haoyue. The pressure was so great that even receival experts would pale. If the Holy Emperor entered the region, he would not be able to last more than 3 seconds before his soul would collapse. In the end, his soul would be wiped out. This was because the pressure was an attack from martial soul force. It was an attack that targeted the soul. However, Fairy Haoyue remained as steady as a mountain as she faced an attack from martial soul force that could easily kill the Holy Emperor. After the domain of moonlight force around her was automatically strengthened, it stood there like a mountain, enduring the storm-like attacks. No matter how much Jianchen strengthened his martial soul force, he was unable to shake the domain at all. This lasted for a few seconds before Jianchen was the first to give in. He was forced to stop and withdraw his martial soul force. He discovered that attacking with martial soul force was extremely taxing on his soul. In just a few seconds, he had used up over 60% of the power of his soul. Jianchen found this to be unbelievable. After all, his soul had already reached returnance. It was no longer the peak soul of the Holy Emperor. With Jianchen's stop, the moonlight force around Fairy Haoyue dispersed as well. Very soon, the hall settled down once again. Fairy Haoyue remained seated on the throne without any change in expression, while Jianchen seemed rather exhausted. Martial soul force really is wondrous. Due to the fact that there are just far too few people who can use martial soul force in the Saints' world, many people have only heard rumors about this wondrous power and have never personally witnessed it. I never thought that I would be fortunate enough to personally witness the legendary martial soul force after descending to a lower world. Fairy Haoyue sighed emotionally. She looked at Jianchen with some mixed feelings. She knew that from today onwards, she would never be able to see him again. She knew that there would be another person who could use martial soul force in the Saints' world. Jianchen sighed gently when he heard that. He smiled bitterly. Why do you praise martial soul force like that? In my opinion, martial soul force is wondrous, but it's only SOSO. Even you can block it so easily. You're wrong. Jianchen, there are two reasons why your martial soul force can't harm me. Firstly, it's because you don't know how to use martial soul force properly. The usage of martial soul force requires a corresponding method and skill. Only then can you unleash the full power of martial soul force. Secondly, I've already used my domain. As long as my domain remains intact, I'm invulnerable. Even attacks from the soul are useless against me. Although I'm only a soul right now, and I need to borrow the power of the Divine Hall to use my domain, I can still fight against returnance experts while I'm in my domain, Fairy Haoyue said indifferently. Jianchen understood. He knew that Fairy Haoyue was indeed only at the level of the Holy Emperor before she obtained her body. She had not broken through to the origin realm, which was why her body had decayed when she reached the end of her lifespan. Only her soul continued to exist. However, Fairy Haoyue was from the Saints' world after all. Her comprehension of the mysteries of the world had far exceeded the Holy Emperor's. It was even possible that she had surpassed the origin realm. Even though she was only at the level of the Holy Emperor, her battle prowess could not be measured with common sense. Chapter 1470. Jianchen, you need to study martial soul force more. What you lack right now is the usage of martial soul force. With your soul at returnance, logically speaking, you should be able to heavily injure returnance experts and kill receival experts as soon as you use martial soul force. However, although the martial soul force you used earlier could bypass my normal defenses, it was only enough to threaten the Holy Emperor. It wouldn't even be able to heavily injure receival experts, Fairy Haoyue warned him seriously. I understand. I will definitely study martial soul force carefully in the future. I hope I can come up with a way to use it and increase the power of martial soul force, Jianchen said firmly. In this world, even if all the forces of the four races were combined, only Tai Ta, Poseidon, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Ling had reached the origin realm. Guihai Yidao, Yang Lai, and Feng Xiaotian had once been at the origin realm, but they had fallen to the level of Holy Emperor now. Although they could still erupt with receival strength through saint artifacts, they would only be at the very bottom of the receival realm. They were more than enough to deal with the Holy Emperor, but it would be extremely difficult for them to deal with receival experts. As for the White Tiger, the legacy had yet to come to an end. Whether it could reach the Origin Realm through the legacy was still unknown. Even if the White Tiger successfully reached the Origin Realm, they would only have 9 Origin Realm experts on their side. They had no chance of victory against several dozen Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. However, Jianshan saw new hope now that martial soul force was so powerful. According to Fairy Haoyue, if he grasped the method and technique to use martial soul force and pushed its power to the limit, he would be able to heavily injure receival experts and kill returnance experts with the power of his soul at receival. At that time, the advantage the world of Forsaken Saints possessed in terms of Origin Realm experts would cease to exist. If I can't push the power of martial soul force to the limit before the next invasion, the only thing that can decide the outcome will be the Inyang Saint Rock. Now that my chaotic body has reached the 5th layer, I can absorb the power of the Inyang Saint Rock, but I can't do that without Shangguan Mu. This sigh. Jianshan thought of the Inyang Saint Rock again and immediately sighed gently. Asking the Heavenly Enchantress for this matter would be almost impossible, even though they already had a child. Martial Soul Force is my first choice. I can't think about the Inyang Saint Rock unless I'm at the end of my rope, Jianshan thought before bidding farewell to Fairy Haoyue and leaving the Bright Moon Divine Hall. The Bright Moon Divine Hall was located in the forbidden grounds of the City Lord's estate in Lore City. It was the only area in the City Lord's estate that was not patrolled by guards. As a result, there was not a single person in sight as far as the eye could see. It was terrifyingly quiet. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath as he stood at the entrance of the Divine Hall. He slowly calmed himself down and did not go see Yu, Bailian, and the others. He directly returned to the underground room. In the secret room, Jianshan did not study martial soul force first. Instead, he used his abilities as a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master to revive Emperor armaments as quickly as possible. He understood that it would not be easy to figure out how to use martial soul force, so he decided to use this precious time on reviving Emperor armaments first. After becoming a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master and reaching returnance with his soul, Jianshan's speed at reviving Emperor armaments had increased by several times. When he was a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master, reviving an Emperor armament required several days, and it was extremely difficult as well. Yet now, he could easily revive 2 Emperor armaments in a single day. At this rate, he would only need a year to turn all the several hundred Emperor armaments he had collected from the 4 races into battle-ready Holy Emperor puppets. Time passed in a hurry. Unknowingly, half a year had already passed. During that time, Jianshan had remained in the secret room to revive the Emperor armament. He had not taken a single step out. Only half of the several hundred Emperor armaments in his possession remained, while over 300 Saint Emperor puppets that radiated with powerful presences had appeared in the artifact space. They were all dazed and gave off powerful presences. At the same time, Yang Lai, Guihai Dao, and Feng Xiaotian sat on top of a mountain near the northern sea on the Tianyuan continent. They all stared down coldly. At the foot of the mountain where the 3 of them were sitting, there was an extremely flat and spacious area. This spacious area looked like a towering mountain that had been sliced in half by a blade. It was as smooth as a mirror. Over 100 Holy Emperor puppets from the 4 races sat on the mirror-like ground. They all listened to Feng Xiaotian's teachings carefully. Although my pure heart pavilion strives for purity of heart and desires and does not seek fame, the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints is directly related to the survival of the pure heart pavilion. It's related to the survival of us humans and even the continuation of all the races in this world. As a result, my pure heart pavilion is forced to fight against the invasion of the foreign world. However, the disparity in strength between us and the foreign world is just too great. We don't have any advantage in terms of strength at all, so we can't face the invasion head-on like last time." A gleam of light flickered through his eyes as he constantly glanced below. He continued, "I have a formation here that requires 7 people at the very least. Once it's complete, your battle prowess will increase drastically. If 49 Holy Emperor puppets form a formation, it'll have the power to trap receival experts and even have a tiny chance of killing them. I'll pass on the formation to you now, and I'll personally teach you how to use it." Feng Xiaotian gently sighed inside as he passed on the formation. A sliver of bitterness and helplessness appeared on his face. The formation originally belonged to his sect, and belonged to a higher world. Even though it was only a formation of the lowest level, it should not have appeared in this world. However, he had no other choice in order to stop the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints and preserve the Pure Heart Pavilion's legacy. In the ruins of Mercenary City, the spatial tunnel hidden deep underground had already been revealed with the collapse of the ground. As a result, the tunnel could be seen clearly even from high up in the air. The spatial tunnel was very unstable. The entrance constantly twisted, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. From time to time, violent streams of spatial turbulence would surge out of the tunnel, heading straight for the sky. In the end, they would disappear into outer space. The streams of space could instantly wipe out Holy Emperor puppet. Even Holy Emperor puppets needed to avoid them. At this moment, several blurry figures gradually appeared in the depths of the spatial tunnel. These figures carefully and slowly advanced in the spatial tunnel. In this distorted space, their figures were like ghosts, warping along with the unstable space. Chapter 1471. They carefully moved through the tunnel. They moved extremely slowly. They did not move slowly because they were afraid of the chaotic streams of energy, but because they were afraid that the tunnel would collapse because of them. Although the tunnel had become much more stable after so many years, only receival experts could enter now. Once people beyond that entered, the unstable tunnel would become even more fragile. It would be in danger of collapsing. The people in the tunnel were all receival experts. With the tunnel's current toughness, the 6 of them were already at its limit. As a result, the 6 of them carefully concealed their presences and hid the energy within them. We're getting closer and closer to that beautiful world. I can even vaguely see the entrance to that beautiful world. I hope the rest of the journey will be very smooth and that we won't encounter any obstructions. There's also an Origin Realm expert in that world. I think there's definitely at least one Origin Realm expert guarding the entrance of the tunnel. Once we approach the entrance, there'll definitely be a battle. It'll be impossible for us to pass through smoothly. That's right. I don't believe that the cultivators of that world are so stupid. There will definitely be an Origin Realm expert guarding the entrance. Once we're discovered, we'll immediately charge out as quickly as we can. Although the tunnel will collapse if we travel as quickly as we can, it won't collapse in a single moment. With our speed, we can definitely reach the entrance before the tunnel collapses. Then, according to the Spirit King's arrangements, Duo Fu will use the secret treasure bestowed by the Spirit King to trap the Returnance expert, while Anna will be responsible for guarding the tunnel. The remaining 4 receival experts and the 3 Holy Emperor experts with Saint artifacts will be dealt with by the 4 of us, said one of the elders. They had already gained a clear understanding of the number of peak experts on the Tian Yuan continent from the battle last time. To the 6 of them, they did not care about the rest of the peak experts aside from the Returnance expert they feared. This was because the 6 of them were the strongest among the several dozen receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. There's also a person who uses 2 swords. We need to pay special attention to him as well. The Spirit King has specially warned us that we need to be careful of him because he has comprehended the same way as the Spirit King. He's no weaker than us, said the only female among the 6 of them sternly. I've heard that there's no origin energy in that beautiful world, yet there's actually a cultivator who walks the same way as the Spirit King in that environment. This really does surprise Old Man. At the same time, he's rather eager. Old Man doesn't have the right to experience the way of the sword of the Spirit King, so the appearance of that person just happens to be enough to satisfy Old Man's curiosity. A skinny old man snickered. His eyes were extremely cold. Kumu, don't underestimate the person who uses two swords. He's someone the Spirit King has specially warned us about after all. Although he's only at receival, don't forget that he cultivates the same way as our great Spirit King. If you underestimate him, you'll end up dead to his sword, said the woman with a cold smile. Her slender figure constantly twisted in the tunnel where the spatial force was extremely unstable. All that could be seen was her blurry figure. Her face was obscured, and the others were the same. The skinny old man called Kumu snickered when he heard that. He did not mind at all. Anna, aren't you overestimating that person too much? Even if he's been specially warned by the Spirit King, he's still only at receival. Old Man may not be invincible among receival experts, but it won't be easy for him to kill the Old Man. At the very least, none of you 5 can defeat the Old Man in a duel. The 6 of them were using voice transmissions to converse, so no one outside could hear anything. They could not sense the flow of time in the tunnel at all. After who knew how long, the exit to the Tianyuan continent finally appeared before them. The 6 of them could not help but become overjoyed when they saw this. They had already made it this far, yet they had not encountered any obstructions. They were rather surprised by how smooth the journey had been. Even if we're discovered at such a close distance, we can erupt with all our strength and charge out of the tunnel before it collapses, Anna secretly rejoiced inside. At the same time, Jianshan had just finished reviving an Emperor armament in a secret room 1,000,000 kilometers away from Mercenary City. Just when he was about to take out another Emperor armament, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He abruptly raised his head and looked into the distance. His gaze immediately became extremely sharp. 2 streaks of light seemed to shoot out from his eyes, striking the wall in front of him. 2 finger-sized holes appeared in the specially reinforced wall. They're here. Jianshan's face immediately sank. Cold, killing intent filled his eyes, and with a flash, he vanished from the room. Almost at the same time as Jianshan vanished, the sky above Flame City became violet. With the clear thrum of a sword, a dazzling streak of violet light suddenly appeared before shooting off into the distance with unbelievable speed, vanishing in a single instant. Even the Holy Emperor struggled to catch a glimpse of it. With the disappearance of the violet light, the purplish sky above Flame City rapidly cleared up. Less than half a second had passed since the violet light had appeared. In such a short amount of time, many of the weaker people in the city failed to sense the change in the surroundings. All they heard was the clear thrum of a sword that reverberated through the surroundings. However, many people on the streets clearly saw the flash of violet light. It immediately caused a great uproar in the city. Blazing Flame City's City Lord's Manor. By Hai Yuyu, by Lian, Mingdong, Dugufeng, Xiu Tianyu, Yunjing, Seniorin, and a large group of experts walked out from various places. They looked up at the sky with uncertain expressions. It's brother. He just left Flame City. Look at how murderous he is. Has the world of Forsaken Saints come? Bai Lian murmured. She stared in the direction that Jianshan had disappeared in as worry filled her face. Yu also stared in the direction that Jianshan had left in. She clenched her fists tightly as she also became nervous and worried. Soon after Jianshan's departure, Feng Xiaotian was explaining formations in detail to over 100 holy emperor from the 4 races in the mountains near the northern sea. Suddenly, his face changed and he came to a halt. He stared in the direction of Mercenary City with shining eyes. Guihai Yidao and Yang Lai seemed to have sensed something as well. Guihai Yidao immediately stood up and a blade hovered above his head, radiating with a tremendous pressure. His clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind as he growled, "They're here! There's been a change in the tunnel. The experts from the world of Forsaken Saints have come." everyone, come with me to stop the enemy! Feng Xiaotian called out. A jade-white horsetail whisk appeared in his hand before tearing through space with Yang Lai and Gui Haidao. The Holy Emperor below did not hesitate at all. They all radiated with powerful battle intent as they ripped open space gates and hurried to Mercenary City. Chapter 1472. Xiao Ling flew into the tunnel and suddenly pressed down with her hands. Immediately, an extremely terrifying energy erupted from her hands. The energy was so powerful that it had completely surpassed Receival. It had reached Returnance. Boom! The terrifying energy from Returnance slammed into the tunnel, causing it to violently tremble. The streams of energy inside became even more violent at that moment. The tunnel was so stable that it could only allow 6 Receival experts to pass through. If a Returnance expert stepped in, the tunnel would become unstable and collapse even if they concealed all their presence and energy. Not only had Xiao Ling stepped into the tunnel, but she had also erupted with all her strength as a Returnance expert to attack the tunnel. Immediately, thick cracks appeared in the tunnel. The entire tunnel shook violently and collapsed bit by bit. There were even some places where cracks had appeared, almost snapping the tunnel in the middle. We've been discovered. Quick, let's charge out as quickly as we can. We have to be careful not to be sucked into the empty space outside the tunnel, or we'll be forever lost in the endless cosmos even if we're Receival experts, said Jianchun. The faces of the 6 experts from the world of Forsaken Saints sank. Without any hesitation, they erupted with all their speed and charged forward. They wanted to reach the Tianyuan continent before the tunnel collapsed. Oh no, the person guarding the entrance really is that Returnance expert. Be careful, everyone. Try to avoid her attacks as much as possible. Duo Fu, prepare to use the secret treasure from the Spirit King to trap her. As long as she doesn't take part in the battle, we'll be in charge of everything in that beautiful world, Ku Mu warned. Ku Mu said in a sinister tone. His eyes flickered with a sinister light as he stared at the delicate figure at the end of the tunnel. The 6 of them had already turned into blurs in the tunnel, charging out as quickly as they could. Since they had been exposed, there was no need for them to hide anything. They all erupted with their full strength as terrifying energy revolved around them. They constantly smashed through the violent streams of energy that wreaked havoc in the tunnel as they charged forward aggressively. Even though their actions would increase the speed at which the tunnel collapsed, they could no longer care about that because the tunnel could not be completely destroyed. Even if it shattered, it would still be connected by laws, so it would return to its original state before long. Xiao Ling won't let you come. Xiao Ling won't let you come. You baddies, don't come. Xiao Ling gritted her teeth as she stood in the tunnel that was slowly collapsing. Her gaze became more and more determined. At that moment, she seemed to have abandoned her fear. The only thought that remained in her mind was to do everything she could to stop these people from coming. In a daze, her small figure seemed to have become extremely large. She clearly seemed like a 12-year-old girl, but she seemed like a hero of the world. She used her small body to block the tunnel, stopping the 6 Receival experts from approaching. The 6 Receival experts were not the only ones that Xiao Ling had stopped. She also had to deal with the violent streams of space that constantly spurted out. The streams of space originally wanted to charge out of the tunnel and enter the Tianyuan continent, but with Xiao Ling standing there, they were unable to get within 30 meters of Xiao Ling. They were forcefully forced back into the tunnel. The Receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints called Duo Fu had already pulled out a disc. It was engraved with the 8 trigrams of Yin and Yang. It shone with a faint azure light as a mysterious and ancient presence circulated around it. Xiao Ling became extremely stern the moment she discovered the disc. She could actually sense a sliver of threat from the disc. Xiao Ling did not know what the disc was, but she did know that it was powerful. Without any hesitation, she immediately closed her eyes. Her small body hovered in the trembling tunnel. She was in a daze as a sharp presence of slaughter gradually radiated from her. Oh no, she's using a secret technique. God damn it, a casual attack from a returnance expert isn't something we can block. If she uses a secret technique, the 6 of us definitely won't be able to survive. Duo Fu, what are you doing? Why don't you use your secret treasure? The only thing that can stop her right now is that secret treasure, Anna said frantically. Duo Fu said nothing. He became extremely stern. He formed a seal with his hands as he chanted an incantation. The azure disk above his head began to shine brightly at that moment. The 8 trigrams of yin and yang on it seemed to come alive, slowly rotating. The mysterious and ancient presence it gave off became denser and denser. In the end, Duo Fu bellowed out and the disk shot toward Xiao Ling as a streak of light. 9 godly arts, killing technique. At the same time, Xiao Ling used her secret technique as well. Terrifying and surging energy condensed in her hands. Her hands formed claws as she viciously swiped at the space before her. The appearance of the claw immediately caused the world to change color. Even the tunnel became empty. Xiao Ling's claw had directly ripped open the space in the tunnel, causing the area before her to be engulfed in eternal darkness. However, a resplendent streak of light soon broke through the darkness. It radiated with a terrifying presence that caused the 6 receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints to pale as it shot toward them. This ability was condensed from the force of slaughter. The force of slaughter it radiated was enough to obliterate the world and injure the souls of people. Before Xiao Ling's attack had even reached them, the 6 receival experts felt a piercing pain in their souls. Their expressions immediately changed. Boom! With a violent boom in the tunnel, Xiao Ling's attack collided with the azure disk in the end. The disk immediately conjured a huge 8 trigrams diagram that was surrounded by countless inscriptions. As the diagram slowly revolved, it actually blocked the attack. The disk did not slow down at all, continuing toward Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's expression changed drastically as she retreated out of the spatial tunnel. As for the green compass, it had already transformed into a yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram that was 100 feet in size. It enveloped Xiao Ling's head as it emitted a mysterious and ancient aura. Xiao Ling was still a child after all. She lacked battle experience, so a sliver of fear appeared in her eyes when she was enveloped by the 8 trigrams diagram. She began to panic. Even though she was afraid, she did not forget to counterattack. She immediately used her full strength in an attempt to blast away the 8 trigrams diagram above her. However, the profundity and power of the 8 trigrams diagram far exceeded Xiao Ling's imagination. All of her attacks were absorbed by the diagram when they struck it, failing to damage it at all. Instead, countless inscriptions drifted down from the diagram, binding her body and preventing her from moving at all. No matter how she erupted with her strength at returnance, she was unable to break free from the restraints of the 8 trigrams diagram. Xiao Ling had never encountered something like this before, so her resolve immediately crumbled. She became extremely flustered as unprecedented fear and fright filled her heart. She began to sob, "Master, Master, where are you? Hurry up and save Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling is going to be taken away by the baddies. Master, Master, hurry up and come out. If you don't come out, Xiao Ling won't be able to see Master ever again." Sob, "Fantastic, the returnance expert has been trapped. We can't stay in the tunnel for too long. Let's charge out." The 6 experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were all excited. They immediately flew toward the final section of the tunnel. Chapter 1473. The violet light was dazzling and resplendent, even brighter than the sun in the sky. It illuminated the collapsing tunnel. The terrifying sword Qi was filled with destructive power, crushing the space there and destroying the tunnel. A 3-meter-long crack appeared in the tunnel near the exit of the Tian Yuan continent. The tunnel had completely collapsed at this point. All that could be seen was a dark, empty space. Only strands of invisible laws remained, connected to the tunnel that had not completely collapsed. The 6 experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all revealed different expressions the moment the violet light appeared. Even though the tunnel around them was collapsing rapidly, the 6 of them could not help but stop. They sternly stared at the violet light that was radiating with shocking sword chi. "I can sense it. It's the Spirit King's way. The person the Spirit King specially mentioned has come," a receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints said in a deep voice. A receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints growled. Before, they did not take the person the Spirit King had mentioned seriously because they were all the strongest receival experts. They had all reached late receival, so no matter how powerful the person the Spirit King had mentioned was, he was still only at receival. He was at the same level of cultivation as them, so even if he was powerful, he would not be much more powerful than them. Even if they could not defeat him, they were still confident that they could protect themselves. However, when they sensed the terrifying sword chi within the violet light, they truly understood just how powerful the person the Spirit King had mentioned was. This was because just the shocking sword chi emitted from the purple light was enough to make the 6 of them feel extremely shocked. As soon as the resplendent violet light appeared in the tunnel, it immediately approached the 6 of them with lightning-like speed. Just the shocking sword chi it gave off was enough to shatter the chaotic streams of energy in the tunnel. As a result, wherever the violet light passed by, the streams of energy that even the Holy Emperor needed to avoid would all disperse. At the same time, a layer of fine cracks would appear wherever the violet light passed by, increasing the rate at which the tunnel was collapsing. The 6 receival experts narrowed their eyes. They stared at the violet light that rapidly approached them. They could clearly see a sword that was about a meter long. The sword was completely violet. Whether it was the resplendent violet light or the shocking sword chi, they all originated from the sword. "Let the old man come. The old man wants to experience that person's way of the sword. I want to see just how powerful it is," Kumu coldly snorted. Kumu snorted coldly. He took a step forward and a vast and terrifying aura radiated from his body, forcing the surrounding chaotic streams of energy far away. They were unable to approach within 100 meters of him. At this moment, Kumu's skinny figure seemed to have become incomparably tall. His aura was as steady as a mountain, and there was even a faint domineering aura hidden within. And in his hand, a crescent blade had unknowingly appeared. The blade was bright, and it flickered with a threatening cold light. There were mysterious patterns imprinted on it. Suddenly, Kumu seemed to have become one with the full moon blade in his hand. The full moon blade shone brightly and shot out an extremely tyrannical blade chi. Then, Kumu became one with his blade and slashed out a shocking blade strike that cut into the purple light. The strike contained his strength as a late receival expert. He had used his full strength without holding back at all. Ding! Kumu's crescent blade collided with the Zi-Ing sword in the region enveloped by violet light. With a clear clang, the tunnel immediately trembled even more violently. Terrifying cracks spread across the entire tunnel. There were even many places that were damaged to the point where the boundless space beyond the tunnel could be seen. The Zi-Ing sword's advance was stopped after the strike. The violet light in the air dispersed, revealing the original appearance of the Zi-Ing sword. It was blown away like a fallen leaf. Kumu was blown back. His silver hair was disheveled while a few sword slashes had appeared on his clothes. Droplets of blood could vaguely be seen. "You really are worthy of being specially warned by the Spirit King. You really are powerful. Your way of the sword really is extraordinary," Kumu coldly said. He became even more stern as he stared straight ahead. At the exit of the spatial passageway, a figure was already standing there silently. A purple celestial sword and a green celestial sword floated above his head, one on the left and one on the right. The clear sound of the swords rang out from the 2 of them. Behind that figure, 3 other figures could be vaguely seen. From their physiques, it was not difficult to tell that one of the 3 figures was a woman, a burly man, and a young child. The 4 figures were Jianchen, Poseidon, Tai Ta, and Xiao Jin. The 4 of them had all entered the collapsing tunnel. With their strength at the origin realm, they would not be in any danger as long as the tunnel did not collapse completely. As long as they did not fall into the void of space outside the tunnel, the chaotic streams of energy would not be able to get close to them. Jianchen stood at the very front of the 4 of them. The azulate swords hovered above his head as they radiated with shocking sword qi. Jianchen's presence had undergone an overwhelming change as well. He seemed like a divine sword that stood in the world while the space around him seemed to have become his domain. Under his influence, both the air and the rapidly flowing streams of energy within the tunnel seemed to have become invisible swords, radiating with a sharp presence. The 5 receival experts behind Ku Mu sternly stared at Jianchen as well. Jianchen seemed like they were facing the Spirit King because Jianchen and the Spirit King both comprehended the way of the sword. As soon as they radiated with the presence of the way of the sword, there were similarities. At this moment, Jianchen gripped the Ziying sword. A bright white light immediately appeared on the sword that was enveloped by violet light, causing the sword qi from the Ziying sword to become even more powerful. He directly stabbed toward Ku Mu at the very front. The strike seemed simple, but it contained the ways of the world. The power of the ways had fused into the strike, causing it to become extremely powerful. It had even surpassed the secret techniques of receival expert. The way of the sword was one of the 3,000 ways. At the same time, it was also known as a law. Jianchen had used his comprehension of the way of the sword in the strike, causing it to possess the power of ways and laws. Even though his comprehension of the way of the sword was not deep, having only reached a basic level, it was still the power of ways and laws. It was not something that receival experts who had not comprehended a way could compare to. Terrifying sword qi permeated the surroundings as soon as the strike appeared. It was as if the entire tunnel had been filled with supreme sword qi. Dense slashes appeared in the surroundings of the tunnel. Ku Mu's eyes narrowed. He had already been locked onto by the supreme sword qi. He actually felt like he could not dodge the attack, and could only face it head-on. First change of the blood sun and crescent moon, force of sunfall. Second change, force of moonrise. Third change, force of the full moon. Ku Mu suddenly bellowed out. He used the most powerful secret technique he knew, swinging out 3 times with the crescent blade in his hand. As soon as he used the secret technique, a world suddenly appeared behind him. It was a blood-red sky, a blood-red sun, and a blood-red crescent moon. It was the sky of the world of Forsaken Saint. With the first strike, the blood-red sun appeared behind him. The power of the sun fused with him, borrowing the power of the sun to deliver the first strike. With the second strike, the blood-red crescent moon slowly rose up. With the power of the crescent moon, he delivered the second strike. Chapter 1474. Ku Mu had sent out 3 slashes in a row. Each slash contained a different power, enough to shake up the world. Each strike was more powerful than the last. In particular, Ku Mu's third slash was so powerful that even late receival experts would pale when they saw the blood-red light that had fused with the power of the full moon. The power of the third slash alone was more than the combined power of the previous 2 slashes. The expressions of the 5 other receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints changed when they saw Ku Mu's 3 slashes. Their gazes toward Ku Mu were filled with shock. I never thought that Ku Mu would have comprehended the third transformation of the blood sun and crescent moon. In our world of Forsaken Saints, there are only a few returnants elders who have comprehended the third transformation. Old freak Ku Mu has really hidden himself well. Our comprehension of the bloody sun waning moon is still stuck at the second transformation, but old freak Ku Mu is far ahead of us. He has even comprehended the third transformation. Ku Mu has already become the greatest receival expert in our world of Forsaken Saints. I've never heard of anyone else who has comprehended the third transformation of the blood sun and crescent moon at receival aside from him. The power of the third transformation really is shocking. Receival experts will probably be heavily injured even if they don't die from it. Even returnance experts will have to take it seriously. The 5 receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints sighed emotionally. At that moment, Ku Mu's status skyrocketed in their hearts. 2 of them even looked at Ku Mu with some fear. Boom! With a violent rumble, Ku Mu's blood sun and crescent moon violently collided with the Ziying sword. A terrifying ripple of energy immediately erupted. The ripples of energy even formed a terrifying storm that wreaked havoc in the tunnel, causing it to shake violently. The tunnel that was already on the verge of collapse became even more damaged. A several hundred-meter-long path had even appeared between Jianchen and Ku Mu. The tunnel that connected the 2 sides had been forcefully severed. Even so, there were still strands of laws that could not be seen with the naked eye in this broken path. They connected the entire spatial tunnel together, like a broken lotus root or a strand of silk. The passageway violently shook and space violently twisted. At this moment, Jianchen and Ku Mu couldn't see each other. In front of them was a 1,000-feet-long section of the broken path. Powerful energy shockwaves wreaked havoc, obstructing their vision. A sliver of excitement appeared in Ku Mu's eyes when he saw the violet light vanish. Although his vision was obstructed and he could not use the senses of his soul in the tunnel, preventing him from seeing Jianchen's current condition, he believed that the third transformation of the blood sun and waning moon would be enough to sweep through all opponents at receival. Even if he could not kill his opponent, he would be able to deal a fatal blow to his opponent and make them unable to continue fighting. That person who comprehended sword principle has been severely injured by Old Man. Let's rush over immediately. Ku Mu said to the 5 people behind him through a communication technique. Afterward, the light of excitement flickered in his eyes as he charged forward. He planned on crossing the several hundred-meter-long path to the other end. So that's all the people the Spirit King has specially warned me about. Even if you comprehend the same way of the sword as the Spirit King, you're still only at receival. There's no one at receival who's my opponent. Ku Mu was secretly delighted. Defeating Jianchen made him feel a great sense of honor. He felt a great sense of honor. After all, he had defeated a receival expert who had also comprehended the way of the sword like the Spirit King. Ku Mu immediately charged forward with the 5 receival experts behind him. Before them was a path that had been cut by him and Jianchen. Violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc within the path. The storm of energy had been created by the clash between his secret technique, the blood sun and waning moon, and Jianchen's Ziying sword. However, just when Ku Mu and the 5 receival experts were about to cross the several hundred-meter-long path and enter the storm of energy, a streak of violet light suddenly cut through the storm of energy. It shot toward Ku Mu with lightning-like speed. The shocking sword chi caused the eyes of Ku Mu and the 5 receival experts behind him to narrow. Through the violet light, the white-robed Jianchen could be seen in the storm of energy. He was surrounded by a powerful glow of light, which protected him as he crossed the several hundred-meter-long path first. He aggressively charged toward Ku Mu and the others all by himself. This is impossible. Ku Mu was greatly shocked. Jianchen was completely unscathed right now, unlike what he had imagined, where he would be heavily injured and unable to continue fighting even if he did not die. Ku Mu struggled to accept this. He refused to believe that there was a receival expert who could remain unscathed after taking on his 3 transformations of the blood sun and waning moon. In just a split second, the Ziying sword arrived before Ku Mu with its shocking sword chi. It moved extremely quickly. Even though Ku Mu was shocked, he was still a battle-hardened late receival expert after all. He reacted in a single moment. He no longer had the time to use a secret technique against the incoming attack. All he could do was block with the crescent blade in his hand. Ding! The sharp tip of the Ziying sword flickered with a cold light as it struck the crescent blade, producing a crisp sound. The strike had fused with Jianshan's way of the sword, so it possessed a sliver of the power of laws. Even though Ku Mu's crescent blade was extraordinary, a deep mark still appeared on the Saint artifact after taking on the strike from the Ziying sword. Ku Mu's hand that gripped the crescent blade also trembled violently. Blood began to flow from it in a single moment, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Soon after, the crescent blade broke free from Ku Mu's grasp and was sent flying by Jianshan's strike. It charged out of the tunnel and vanished into the void. Ku Mu's face drastically changed. He actually began to panic, something that he rarely experienced in his life. He immediately retreated as quickly as he could, approaching the 5 people behind him. Ice-cold killing intent flickered through Jianshan's eyes. This was the best opportunity to kill Ku Mu. If he could kill a receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints here, their threat to the Tian Yuan continent would decrease slightly. Jianshan followed up with another attack. The Ziying sword erupted with shocking sword qi, swinging toward Ku Mu's head mercilessly with the power of laws of the world. The 5 receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all revealed different expressions when they saw this. They could obviously tell that Ku Mu was no longer able to fight against Jianshan now that he had lost his weapon. They all struck out as hard as they could in an attempt to save him. Chapter 1475. The moment Jianshan unleashed his martial soul force, the collapsing tunnel slowed down slightly. Even the streams of energy that wreaked havoc in the tunnel became much quieter. They were much less violent. The 6 receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints violently trembled after being directly attacked by martial soul force. Their faces changed drastically, and their gazes toward Jianshan were filled with shock and disbelief. Primordial Spirit Attack. He actually grasped a Primordial Spirit Attack divine ability. Anna cried out. Even the master of the world of Forsaken Saints, the Spirit King, did not possess an ability that could attack the soul. Even with the entire world of Forsaken Saints in perspective, there were only a handful of people who possessed abilities that could attack the soul. However, without any exception, their attacks were nowhere near as powerful as Jianshan's, where they could actually affect Origin Realm experts. Although Jianshan's soul was as powerful as a Returnance expert's, he had only grasped martial soul force recently. He had yet to find the corresponding secret method to use it, so its power was drastically weakened. It was nowhere near as powerful as the rumors said, so it could only be used against the Holy Emperor. It was unable to harm Origin Realm experts. As a result, the 6 experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were not injured at all after being attacked by Jianshan's martial soul force. Even though that was the case, it was enough to make them pause. They had already lost the best opportunity to save Ku Mu during this pause. Spurt. The Ziying sword stabbed into Ku Mu's forehead with lightning-like speed, piercing his head. However, Ku Mu was someone who had experienced countless battles after all. He had experienced countless life-threatening battles in his life, so he was extremely experienced. As soon as Jianshan's Ziying sword touched his skin, he had made a prompt decision to abandon his body and flee with his soul. He flew toward Anna and the others as quickly as he could. Jianshan sneered. The heavy killing intent in his sharp eyes did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. He stabbed out once again, pursuing Ku Mu's soul. At this moment, the 5 other receival experts returned to their senses. 4 of them immediately unleashed shocking presences to receive Jianshan, preventing Jianshan from killing Ku Mu's soul. Anna quickly flew toward Ku Mu's soul in an attempt to protect it. Violent streams of energy were present everywhere in the tunnel. Ku Mu had become extremely fragile after losing his body. Even though he was a receival expert, it was difficult for him to survive in the tunnel with just his soul. "None of you can save him," Jianshan coldly said. The Ziying sword immediately shone, turning into 5 illusionary swords that faced off against the 5 of them. He began to engage in an intense battle with the 5 of them in the tunnel. Although Jianshan was alone, He had comprehended the way of the sword after all. His battle prowess was extraordinary, so he was not at a disadvantage at all when fighting against 5 receival experts. Anna felt helpless as well as she was kept busy by Jianchen. She was unable to protect Ku Mu's soul at all. Ku Mu, return to the world of forsaken saints. Anna called out to Ku Mu. They all understood that it was impossible for them to invade the Tian-Yuan continent now. They had underestimated Jianchen's strength. Even though they had used the secret treasure from the Spirit King to trap the returnance expert, just Jianchen's strength was enough to stop the 5 of them. Not to mention, there were still 3 Origin Realm experts who had yet to take action outside of the tunnel. Ku Mu said nothing. He carefully avoided the streams of energy in the tunnel and frantically flew back in the direction he had come from. He knew that he could die in the tunnel at any time. He would only be safe if he returned to the world of Forsaken Saint. However, at this moment, an azure light flashed. It crossed the several hundred-meter-long path in the tunnel and shot toward Ku Mu's soul with lightning speed. The expressions of the 5 receival experts who fought against Jianchen changed drastically. One of them immediately cried out, "It's his second sword. God damn it, we overlooked the azure sword. Go save Ku Mu." However, it was already too late. Qing Sua's sword moved just too quickly, arriving before Ku Mu's soul in a single instance. Having lost his body, Ku Mu was completely powerless to resist the Qing Sua sword's pursuit. In the end, the Qing Sua sword pierced through his soul with a shocking sword chi as he watched on in horror. Arg! Ku Mu produced a chilling cry. Before he had even finished speaking, his soul had already dispersed in the tunnel. He had been wiped out. The 5 remaining receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints revealed extremely ugly expressions with Ku Mu's death. They all felt heavy inside. Ku Mu was the strongest out of the 6 of them. Even with all the receival experts in the world of Forsaken Saints in perspective, there was probably no one who could defeat Ku Mu. However, he had been slain so easily right before their eyes today, which made them shiver inside. This was because just too little time had passed between Ku Mu and Jianchen's battle and Ku Mu's death. "Let's retreat," a receival expert said with a deep voice. After using his full strength to deliver one last attack at Jianchen, he immediately retreated. The other 4 did not hesitate at all. They all lost the will to continue fighting. They retreated with the receival expert before maintaining a defensive formation. They were wary of Jianchen's pursuit as they retreated in the direction they had come from as quickly as possible. Jianchen hovered where he had been as he silently watched the 5 of them leave. He did not pursue them because the tunnel had become extremely damaged. Even Origin Realm experts could not remain in there for too long, or they would be sucked out of the tunnel if they were careless and become lost in the boundless void. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, a few heavy snapping sounds rang out in Jianchen's ears. Near him, another several dozen meter-long tunnel had collapsed. The violent streams of energy wreaked havoc even more violently. Jianchen no longer hesitated. He immediately turned around and flew back to the Tian-Yuan continent on the Ziying sword. As he returned, the tunnel trembled more and more violently. The original several-meter-long tunnel had expanded to 300 meters. Even with Jianchen's strength, he needed to be careful to pass through this distance, just in case he fell into an empty space. Jianchen returned to the Tian-Yuan continent safely. As soon as he emerged from the tunnel, Poseidon, Tai Ta, Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Guihai Yidao immediately surrounded him. A total of 6 receival experts came this time. "I killed one of them and the other 5 retreated," Jianchen said nonchalantly. However, the shock that his calm words brought to the hearts of the people present was undoubtedly very strong. He had faced off against 6 receival experts alone in the tunnel, yet not only had he not been defeated, he had even killed one of them. Chapter 1476. Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, Guihai Yidao, and Poseidon all sighed inside. They needed to re-evaluate Jianshan's strength from today onwards. When I first met my great-grandson on Three Saint Island, he was only a saint ruler. Yang Lai sighed emotionally. Yang Lai sighed emotionally inside. Just how long had it been? Jianshan had gone from a saint ruler back then to an expert who could easily kill receival experts. He was so powerful that he could rival them when they were at their peak. Now that the tunnel has completely collapsed, there should be quite some distance between here and the world of Forsaken Saint. The 5 Origin Realm experts might not be able to return safely. Poseidon stared at the chaotic tunnel up ahead. Let's hope that's the case. Although the world of Forsaken Saints has quite a few Origin Realm experts, losing 6 of them all at once will be an extremely heavy loss for them. The force they send to invade our Tian Yuan continent next time will be much weaker, Gui Haidao said with a heavy voice. Jianshan did not think about this problem. Instead, he arrived before Shaoling. At this moment, the azure disk had conjured a huge 8 trigrams diagram. It radiated with a powerful azure light that enveloped Shaoling. Countless inscriptions danced within the light, radiating with an ancient and mysterious presence. Shaoling was immobilized within the diagram. Even with her strength at returnance, it was useless. She was unable to break free from the restraints of the disk. Her rather childish face was filled with fear and grievance. Tears rolled down her bright eyes. Big brother, save Shaoling. Please save Shaoling. Shaoling is so scared. Shaoling turned her head with great difficulty and stared at Jianshan. Tears flowed from her eyes as she sobbed. She was filled with helplessness. Jianshan's heart ached for some reason when he saw how pitiful Shaoling was. He comforted her. Shaoling, don't be afraid. Big brother will save you very soon. Big brother, Shaoling can't move. Will those bad people take Shaoling away? Shaoling is so scared. Shaoling is so scared, Shaoling sobbed. Her voice was filled with panic and fear. Shaoling, don't be afraid. With Big Brother here, no one can take you away. And those bad people have already been chased away by Big Brother. They won't dare to come again, Jianshan gently said. He could not help but think about how Shaoling had protected him in the past. Shaoling, when Big Brother was extremely weak, it was you who protected Big Brother. From today onwards, Big Brother will protect you. Once Big Brother possesses strength that surpasses returnance, I will never let you suffer any grievances or harm. Jianshan swore inside. Although he was not even a fraction of Shaoling's age, he had already begun to treat Shaoling as his own sister. Do you have any way to save Shaoling? Jianshan looked at the 4 people beside him. Poseidon and Tai Ta said nothing. This was the first time they had seen such a strange disk. Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian studied the disk for a while before Feng Xiaotian said, "If you want to take back the disk, you need to grasp the secret technique to control it. However, none of us have grasped the secret technique, so it's impossible for us to save Shaoling immediately. However, whether it's formations or treasures, they require a supply of energy to function. Once the energy is depleted, the formations and treasures will lose their effect. As a result, our only choice right now is to constantly attack the disk and deplete its energy." Jianshan's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. He said, "If that's the case, let's take action immediately. We need to save Shaoling as soon as possible, just in case anything happens." Afterwards, Jianshan, Shao Jin, Tai Ta, Poseidon, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian all stayed behind. They first moved Shaoling to outer space before attacking the azure disk as hard as they could. The Holy Emperor who had come with Feng Xiaotian, Heiyu, and Gui Haidao took on the responsibility of watching over the tunnel, just in case something else happened. The blood-red sun hung in the sky in the world of Forsaken Saint. It shone with a demonic red light, dyeing the entire world blood-red. It made the world seem sinister. The Spirit King stood at the very top of the world mountains with a dark, metal sword on his back. His stalwart figure was as steady as a mountain. He seemed like a pillar that supported the world as he stood there, giving off a feeling that he was unshakable. 8 returnance experts stood in a row behind the Spirit King. They stood there silently while 30 receival experts stood behind them. Including the 8 returnance experts and the Spirit King, there were over 40 Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. 6 of them had gone to the Tian Yuan continent, so there were only 39 Origin Realm experts left. At this moment, all of them stared at the constantly twisting tunnel before the Spirit King. Quite a few of them were eager to see what would happen. Suddenly, the tunnel violently pulsed as violent streams of space surged out, entering the blood-red world of Forsaken Saints. At that moment, all the Origin Realm experts gathered there could clearly see the rapidly collapsing tunnel. The tunnel has collapsed. There must have been an extremely intense battle up ahead. I wonder if Kumu and the others have successfully taken over the entrance so that we can prepare for our next attempt, a returnance expert said with a heavy voice from behind the Spirit King. Kumu and the others are the strongest receival experts of our world of Forsaken Saint. At the same time, they possess a secret treasure from the Spirit King that can trap returnance experts. As long as the threat of returnance is gone, it'll be a piece of cake for the 6 of them to take over the entrance on the other side, another returnance expert said. He did not take the strength of the Tian Yuan continent seriously at all. The Spirit King had his back to everyone as he stared at the tunnel before him. He said nothing, but at this moment, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. He cried out, "Oh no!" With that, the Spirit King charged into the tunnel with lightning-like speed, vanishing from everyone's sight. The Spirit King's actions stunned all the Origin Realm experts behind him. Some of them seemed to realize something and their faces immediately became extremely ugly. The Spirit King left quickly and returned quickly as well. In just a few seconds, he returned from the tunnel with 2 people in his arms. "It's Anna and Thor." Immediately, someone recognized the 2 people in the Spirit King's hands and became surprised. Anna and Thor were currently in horrible shape. Their hair was disheveled, and they no longer possessed their usual bearing. However, their eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. "Thank you for saving us, Spirit King." Anna and Thor dropped to one knee before the Spirit King. They were filled with gratitude. Chapter 1477. Sorrow filled Anna and Saul's faces. Anna said with a heavy voice, "Spirit King, the 6 of us were obstructed in the tunnel and failed to live up to your expectations. Not only did we fail to enter that world, but we also failed to bring back the secret treasure you bestowed upon us." Kumu was slain and his soul destroyed while the other 3 were sucked into the void of space outside the tunnel. If it weren't for the Spirit King's assistance in the end, Anna and Saul probably wouldn't have been able to see the world of Forsaken Saints again. How did this happen? We already understand the strength of that world. Aside from a returnance expert, there's no one else who can threaten the 6 of you. That returnance expert was also kept busy by the Spirit King's secret treasure. Without that returnance expert, it would have been a piece of cake for the 6 of you to take over that world. How did such a drastic change happen? Have we not fully grasped the strength of that world? Do they still have experts hidden? A few of the 8 returnance experts immediately voiced their doubt. Their voices were filled with surprise. Clearly, they were all extremely surprised by the great defeat of Anna's group. It had completely exceeded their expectations. The Spirit King also frowned. He said, "Tell me everything that happened in detail." Anna and Saul immediately recounted everything they had experienced in the tunnel. They were not surprised at all when they heard that Duo Fu had used a secret treasure to trap the returnance expert. However, when they learned that Jianchen had stopped the 6 of them in the tunnel all by himself, the receival and returnance experts immediately struggled to maintain their composure. "I never thought that his strength would increase again in such a short amount of time. This is my miscalculation," the Spirit King sighed softly. The Spirit King gently sighed. He could not help but think of the Jianchen He had fought in outer space on the Tian-Yuan continent. His deep eyes immediately lit up. I never thought that this person would possess such battle prowess. He fought the 6 of you alone as a receival expert, and not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, he even killed Ku Mu. No wonder the Spirit King has paid attention to him. He really does have some ability. Battle intent burned in his eyes, along with undisguised killing intent. This time, Jianshan alone had caused the world of Forsaken Saints to lose 4 receival experts. Even though the world of Forsaken Saints possessed over 40 receival experts, they still suffered some losses. The Spirit King stared at the tunnel for a while before saying, "The tunnel has completely collapsed now. It'll take several years to repair. Once it's repaired, it'll be the time for the 8 of you to enter. Let's go. The next time will be when our world of Forsaken Saints completely conquer that world." The remaining receival and returnance experts all rejoiced inside. They felt an extremely urgent sense of injustice. They were tempted to enter that world right now because their Forsaken Saints had been waiting for this day for far, far too long. Jianshan and the others spent several days in outer space on the Tian-Yuan continent before finally exhausting all the energy in the disk. They made the disk lose its function and rescued the trapped Xiaoling. As soon as Xiaoling broke free, he hugged Jianshan and began to cry. He was filled with grief. Xiaoling had never experienced anything like this in the past few days. He had been frightened by the fear of the unknown. Poseidon, Taita, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian all silently stared at the sobbing returnance expert as he hugged Jianshan. Their gazes were filled with mixed feelings as they sighed inside. Jianshan comforted Xiaoling as he studied the azure disk in his hand. The disk was only the size of a palm and was forged from an unknown material. A miniature diagram of the 8 trigrams was engraved on it, and a mysterious and ancient presence flowed through it. An extremely weak azure light radiated from the disk as well. To be able to trap a returnance expert and endure our attacks for several days before exhausting all its energy, this disk is quite a good treasure. At the very least, I've never heard of such a powerful treasure in all the years I've been on the Tian-Yuan continent, Jianshan murmured. Suddenly, he seemed to discover something. His eyes narrowed, and he sighed in amazement. Even after exhausting all its energy, the disk can still absorb the energy of the world to replenish itself. Jianshan's eyes lit up. He stared at the disk as a strange light filled his face. If only we could use this disk. Once the world of Forsaken Saints invades again, we'll be able to make their returnance experts experience what it's like to be trapped and weaken their strength. Yang Lai sighed as he sighed. He was filled with pity. He understood this principle, but he did not know how to use the disk, which made him feel extremely regretful. The light in Jianshan's eyes quickly dimmed when he heard that. He also understood that without a way to use it, the disk was no different from scrap metal in their hands. At this moment, Jianshan's azulate swords trembled. At the same time, the sword spirit's voices rang out in his head. This is a medium-quality immortal artifact, and it's split into yin and yang. Master, give me a few days and I might be able to figure out how to use this immortal artifact. Jianshan was greatly interested. The dim light in his eyes lit up once again, and he said to the people around him, "I'll study this disk for a few days and see if I can find a way to use it and turn it into a powerful weapon." Obviously, no one present objected to Jianshan's suggestion. As a result, Jianshan successfully obtained the disk. Afterward, Taita, Poseidon, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian all returned to where they had come from. Jianshan also arrived above the ruins of Mercenary City with Xiaoling. After spending a lot of effort, he finally comforted Xiaoling. Fortunately, he did not return to Flame City. He dug out a cave in a nearby mountain to continue reviving the Emperor armament. He had already tossed the azure disk to the sword spirits to study in hopes of finding a way to use it. In the blink of an eye, A year and a half had already passed since the invasion of the 6 receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. During that time, the Tian Yuan continent had been relatively peaceful. However, Jianchen had already revived all the emperor armaments and king armaments in his possession. There were over 600 Holy Emperor's puppets in the artifact space. There were over 8,000 Holy Emperor's puppets, including the ones in the hands of the President and Grand Elder. The total number of Holy Emperor's puppets was close to over 10,000. These puppets will be the main force in fending off the world of Forsaken Saints. Jianchen sighed emotionally as he stared at the black mass of Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor's puppets. Hope filled his heart. The appearance of so many puppets finally gave him some confidence in fending off the world of Forsaken Saint. The world of Forsaken Saints still has quite a few Origin Realm experts. I'll have to deal with them with my own strength. Chapter 1478. In the following time, Jianchen devoted himself to studying Martial Soul Force. He hoped to find a way to use Martial Soul Force in the shortest amount of time possible so that he could unleash its full power. To Jianchen, Martial Soul Force was a huge treasure trove. He already possessed the treasure trove. All he lacked was the key to opening it. As long as he found the key and opened the treasure trove, he would possess the strength to easily kill Returnance experts. Even if he faced several Returnance experts, he would be able to heavily injure them in a single second. This was because his soul had already reached Returnance. According to Fairy Haoyue's description of his martial soul, he was completely capable of achieving such a glorious feat at that time. The only person who could threaten him in the world of Forsaken Saints would be the Spirit King. Martial Soul Force was the most shortcut Jianchen could think of right now. It was not as difficult as the Way of the Sword and the Chaotic Body. Although he already possessed the Azulate swords, every single step of the Way of the Sword was extremely difficult. Even with the Comprehension Tea Tree, he knew that he would struggle to reach the same level as the Spirit King even if he used up all of it. Even if his Way of the Sword was at the same level as the Spirit King, he still would not be the Spirit King's opponent with just the Way of the Sword. Martial Soul Force, which specialized in attacking the soul, was his greatest weapon. With the strength of his soul at Returnance, Martial Soul Force might not be able to injure the Spirit King, who was at a higher level of cultivation than him, but it could still affect him to a certain extent. During an intense battle, a single mistake could turn the tides. As Jianchen busied himself with studying Martial Soul Force, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian did not remain idle either. Under their lead, they gathered all the Holy Emperor experts from the Tian Yuan continent, the Wasteland continent, the Beast God continent, and the Sea Realm. They taught them the formations from the Saints' world and taught them group after group. Although these formations were of the lowest level in the Saints' world, they were far more powerful than Saint-tier battle skills on the Tian Yuan continent. If several Saint Emperors worked together to create a formation, they would not be able to harm a receival expert, but they would definitely be able to trap them for a few days. If there were more people in the formation would become even more powerful. As Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian appeared before the Holy Emperor frequently, their true identities gradually became known by the experts of the 4 races. Immediately, the status of the protector clans on the Tian Yuan continent skyrocketed, becoming a peak organization only second to Jianchen's flame mercenaries. On the Beast God continent, the White Tiger continued to inherit the Beast God's legacy on the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall. The outside world had no idea what was going on inside. The current Beast God continent was still led by Tsangqiong. Even though many Holy Emperor had appeared on the Beast God continent, they were unable to shake Tsangqiong's position. Tai Ta sat boldly on the throne of the War God Hall on the top of the War God Mountain on the Wasteland continent. He radiated with a powerful light, which intertwined with the light of the War God Hall. It seemed like they were fusing together. At this moment, Tai Ta's presence was clearly much more powerful than a few years ago. His strength had rapidly broken through in just a few short years. Even though Tai Ta's strength was still at receival by the standards of the Tian Yuan continent, he had reached late receival. His battle prowess was even greater. He could even take on returnance experts. It would be great if I could completely control the War God Hall. The toughness of the War God Hall has shocked me. All I need to do is place the Divine Hall at the entrance of the tunnel and block the entrance, and the people from the world of Forsaken Saints won't be able to come through. It's just a pity that I can only use the power of the Divine Hall to cultivate with my current strength. With the War God Hall, Uncle Arajin can avoid death completely. As long as he hides in the War God Hall, even if the winged tiger from the ancient times has surpassed the limits of its lifespan and reached a level where it could match the world, it probably won't be able to break through the Divine Hall in a short amount of time. However, Uncle Arajin can't be bothered to hide because of the pride of the warring gods. He'd rather die in battle, Tai Ta murmured as he sat on the throne. Tai Ta murmured from his throne. After becoming the war god of the 100 races, Tai Ta seemed to have undergone a baptism, making him even more mature. Even though he was still him, his mind had already transformed. He was no longer the simple-minded person he used to be, who would sometimes be in a daze. The great elder of Mercenary City, Tianjin, did not appear. He continued to refine the supreme divine hall left behind by Mo Tianyun. The divine hall was clearly extraordinary. Even with the holy Emperor Tianjin's strength, refining it required so much effort. The president and grand elder of the Radiant Saint Master Union were in seclusion as well. They used their strength as Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters to revive the ruler armaments and king armaments that Jianshan had left behind for them. They wanted to increase the strength of the Tian Yuan continent before the war against the world of Forsaken Saints began. Whether it was the Tian Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Wasteland continent, or the Sea Realm, all the experts were preparing for the next battle. Only the weaker cultivators who could not provide any assistance in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints spent their days leisurely. Very few of these cultivators knew the strength of the world of Forsaken Saints. They only knew that their experts had already stopped an invasion from the world of Forsaken Saints and killed several hundred holy emperors, achieving an extremely glorious achievement. As a result, they believed that the world of Forsaken Saints could not threaten the world they lived in. As time went on, their impression of the world of Forsaken Saints gradually faded from the initial shock, fear, and various other emotions. In the end, the world of Forsaken Saints became a topic of discussion. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. It had already been 6.5 years since Jianshan had killed the receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints. During that time, Jianshan had completely vanished from everyone's sight. He remained in seclusion in the mountains near Mercenary City. Other than the first year and a half he spent reviving the Emperor armament, Jianshan spent the remaining 5 years researching martial soul force. Unfortunately, perhaps he had overestimated his ability to comprehend, or perhaps he had underestimated the wonders of martial soul force. Not only did he fail to find a way to truly unleash the power of martial soul force in the 5 years he had invested, but he had even wasted some 5th-grade comprehension tea leave. Martial soul force is just far too wondrous and profound. Finding a way to use it will take an extremely long time. It's impossible to complete in just a few years. The collapsed tunnel has reformed now. Although it hasn't stabilized yet, it'll only take 3 years at most for returnance experts to pass through. Jianshan opened his eyes in the gloomy cave. His sharp eyes flickered with a bright light, like 2 glowing gems in the gloomy cave. 3 years. I only have 3 years at most. I can't waste the remaining precious time on martial soul force. Jianshan stood up and murmured. However, he looked at the Sea Realm in the distance. Chapter 1479. The Sea Realm was located at the bottom of the ocean. It was a world enveloped by an extremely large barrier. The barrier held up the endless seawater at the bottom of the ocean, becoming the sky of the sea realm. It kept the seawater at the bottom of the ocean out of the barrier, forming a vacuum world within the barrier. This world was the world of the sea realm, as well as the territory of the sea race. The sea race was also divided into the inner sea and the outer sea. The inner sea was the world enveloped by the barrier, while the outer sea was the region beyond the barrier, filled with endless seawater. The outer sea was also home to the sea race, as well as a few mindless deep-sea beasts. However, most of the sea race that lived in the outer sea were races that could not assume human form and were extremely large. It was not that they could not enter the inner sea, but that it was extremely difficult for them to survive in the inner sea due to their large bodies. The turbulent environment of the outer sea was more suitable for them, so they spent most of their time in the outer sea and rarely entered the inner sea. As a result, it was very rare to see a sea race member in their true form in the inner sea. At this moment, a resplendent, violet streak of light shot through the sky like a comet in the inner sea. It flew through the air extremely quickly, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This person was Jianchen, who had come to the sea realm. Jianchen stood on the Ziying sword with the Qing Saw sword on his back. He looked at the familiar land below as melancholy filled his face. Afterward, he expanded the senses of his soul. With his soul at returnance, it enveloped the entire sea realm effortlessly. Although the inner sea realm was not much smaller than the Tianyuan continent, Jianchen could clearly grasp everything that happened in the sea realm as he stood on the Ziying sword, excluding the divine realm and the Sea of Despair. Through the senses of his soul, Jianchen saw the Poseidon Hall, the Serpent God Hall, and the Heavens Spirit Hall. He also saw the heavily injured Hall Master of Dragon God Temple and the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall. At the same time, he also saw the bustling Turtle Clan. The current Turtle Clan had truly regained their former glory. They had over 100,000 clansmen, and aside from them, there were several tens of thousands of warriors from the sea race who had come to seek refuge or submit to the Turtle Clan. Even without Jianchen's fame, the Turtle Clan had become a peak organization in the sea realm, second only to the three divine halls. At the center of the Turtle Clan, Jianchen saw a 300-meter-tall statue. It was identical to him and was extremely lifelike, just like Jianchen himself. Many clansmen of the Turtle Clan and the warriors of the sea race who had joined them later knelt before the statue devoutly. All of their gazes towards the statue were filled with fanaticism, as if the statue was their belief, their god. Behind them stood a tower that was dozens of feet tall. This tower was completely built with top-grade crystal coins, causing the entire tower to exude pure and surging water elemental energy. The tower was only several meters shorter than the statue. It stood behind the statue. When Jianchen's soul passed through the tower, he could clearly see that the highest floor of the tower enshrined a Niden that gave off the presence of the Turtle Clan. A sliver of mixed emotions appeared in Jianchen's eyes when he saw the Niden. The Niden made him think back to when he had first arrived in the sea realm and when Poseidon had gifted him the Niden, as well as when he met the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan and became the ruler of the Turtle Clan in the end. Jianchen originally had nothing to do with the Turtle Clan, but everything had changed drastically after Poseidon had gifted him the Niden. In the end, the Turtle Clan returned to a glorious era. Even Poseidon had not expected this. And I wonder if Kea is dead or alive. Was the change in the Kaler tribe caused by me gifting her the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands? If that's really the case, then I, Jianchen, have harmed her. Jianchen then thought of the first person he had met when he had first arrived in the sea realm. He could not help but gently sigh inside. He had gifted the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands to Kea partly because he wanted to find a successor for the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands so that the Emperor's legacy would not be severed. On the other hand, he wanted to help Kea. After all, Jianchen knew very few people in the sea realm back then. Aside from the evil king, there was probably only Kea. Jianshan arrived outside the Sea of Despair with mixed emotions and melancholy. From afar, he could see that the Sea of Despair was enveloped by a layer of mist that connected the sky to the earth. The entire sea was shrouded by the mist. The Sea of Despair was an extremely special place. It was filled with a mysterious power that blocked the senses of the soul. Even Jianshan's soul at returnance was unable to penetrate it. Jianshan stood outside the Sea of Despair as he stared at the mist. He could not help but think of the pieces of a mortal emperor's flesh scattered across the Sea of Despair, as well as the Anata Grand Prime's Anata Tower. His eyes immediately lit up as a sliver of determination and eagerness appeared in his eyes. This was his determination to enter the Anata Tower, as well as his eagerness for what he would obtain from this trip. Jianshan took a step. With that step, he crossed several hundred meters. After 3 steps, he vanished into the mist, having entered the Sea of Despair. Jianshan strode through the Sea of Despair. Each step was firm and powerful. He was fearless. He was no longer as cautious as when he first entered the Sea of Despair with Yadrium, the Hall Master of Poseidon. Instead, he advanced with firm step. White mist filled Jianshan's vision. It was no ordinary mist. Not only was it impossible for Jianshan to see through it, but it had also rendered the senses of his soul useless. As he walked, a few ghostly eyes gradually appeared behind Jianshan. They were hidden in the mist, silently following behind Jianshan. Their numbers increased as well. When the ghostly eyes reached over 30 pairs, they were finally unable to hold themselves back any longer. They all charged at Jianshan and attacked Jianshan. Jianshan did not seem to notice anything strange behind him. He advanced with firm step. The ghostly eyes moved extremely quickly, arriving behind Jianshan in the blink of an eye. They tried to enter Jianshan's body with a layer of white mist. However, when the ghostly eyes were 3 inches away from Jianshan's back, they suddenly let out a chilling cry before dispersing into mist. Soon after, the ghostly eyes behind Jianshan collided with him. Immediately, chilling cries rang out. All the ghostly eyes that had attacked Jianshan had actually dispersed into mist at that moment. Jianshan did not seem to hear the cries behind him. He did not even look back as he walked through the mist. He was indifferent. At a closer glance, it was not difficult to see that he was protected by a layer of faint light. Chapter 1480. There were many vicious spirits in the mist. Jianshan had already encountered over 1,000 of them along the way. Their strength ranged from Saint Ruler to Holy Emperor, and there were even a few Holy Emperor at great perfection. However, without any exception, none of the vicious spirits were able to harm Jianshan at all. They could not even stop Jianshan's advance. A faint layer of light permeated Jianshan's surroundings. Even the vicious spirits at great perfection were unable to penetrate Jianshan's layer of light and invade his body. As soon as they came in contact with the light, they would be shredded to pieces by the thin layer of light. They would be reduced to white mist and fuse with the white mist in the surroundings. At this moment, Jianshan suddenly came to a halt. However, in the next moment, he suddenly vanished into the distance. When he reappeared, he was 100 meters away. As soon as Jianshan vanished, the space where he had been standing shook violently. It recovered in just a few seconds, becoming as calm as before. It was still shrouded in mist. However, at a closer glance, it was quite obvious that the mist was slightly different from before. In the Sea of Despair, the space here was extremely unstable. From time to time there would be teleportations. Yin and Yang would be reversed, and a teleportation force would suddenly appear anywhere. It would send you to any place in the Sea of Despair, or change the direction you were heading in without you even realizing it. Jianshan advanced through the Sea of Despair aimlessly. When he first came here in search of Poseidon's divine hall, he had been able to maintain a straight line towards it because of the abyssal crystal. However, this time, he did not come here for Poseidon's divine hall. Instead, he came for the Anata Tower. As a result, Jianshan could only rely on luck to find the Anata Tower in the Sea of Despair, where it was difficult to navigate. The Anata Tower was the personal god artifact of the Anata Grand Prime of the Saints' World. Even with the Grand Prime of the Saints' World in perspective, the Anata Grand Prime ranked in the top 3. In the past, only the Grand Prime of the Warring Gods could firmly suppress the Anata Grand Prime. It was extremely likely for the Anata Tower to contain the illusory Grand Prime's collection, which tempted Jianshan very much. Any single item in the collection of a Grand Prime would be equivalent to everything Jianshan had obtained in the Xian Huang microcosm. As a result, Jianshan wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible, so he placed his attention on the Anata Tower. The Anata Tower already possessed the artifact spirit. If the tower was in perfect condition, Jianshan would naturally not dare to have any thoughts about it. However, not only had the Anata Tower been damaged by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, but there was also a seal left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt on the damaged tower. Not only had the tower not been able to recover after countless years, but it had also weakened under the seal. In the past, the sword spirits said that only those who have reached the 7th layer of the chaotic body can enter the Anata Tower. The 5th layer is the 3rd heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. According to my calculations, the 6th layer should be the 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, while the 7th layer should be receival. Although my chaotic body is still at the 5th layer, with the azulate swords and my comprehension of the way of the sword, my true strength is no weaker than receival. It's equivalent to the 7th layer of the chaotic body, so I've met the requirements to enter the Anata Tower, Jianshan thought. He was filled with eagerness. The requirement to enter the Anata Tower was completely different from the requirement to absorb the Yinyang Saint Rock. The requirement to enter the Anata Tower was a person's battle prowess, which Jianshan had already met. On the other hand, the Yinyang Saint Rock absorbed Supreme Yin Force and Supreme Yang Force to cultivate, so it had nothing to do with battle prowess. It required a corresponding level of chaotic force and chaotic body to withstand it. Suddenly, the mist before Jianshan pulsed violently. A pair of eyes that belonged to the spirit of the mist appeared before Jianshan. The eyes of the spirit were extremely bright, twinkling like 2 gems. They were extremely dazzling in the mist. A holy emperor spirit. Jianshan's eyes lit up as he stared at the spirit of the mist with interest. This was the first spirit of the holy emperor level he had come across in the Sea of Despair this time. He could even vaguely make out the extremely condensed body of the holy emperor spirit. The holy emperor spirit was clearly not the one Jianshan had encountered with Yadrium last time. As soon as it saw Jianshan, it did not hesitate at all. It immediately roared out and charged at Jianshan. Jianshan did not change his pace. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and immediately, a 4-foot-long sword chi condensed. It shone with a dazzling light as the sword chi permeated the surroundings. It actually caused the mist around the sword chi to become thinner. Jianshan condensed the sword chi and gently swung it at the spirit of the Holy Emperor. The spirit immediately let out a chilling cry as its body was cleaved in half. The sword chi had clearly dealt extremely great damage to it. Its condensed body immediately became extremely thin. When Jianshan swung the sword a second time, the spirit of the Holy Emperor let out a chilling cry as its body collapsed, dispersing into white mist. Jianshan wandered through the Sea of Despair aimlessly. He had no sense of direction at all. He would come across strands of spatial energy from time to time, and Jianshan would avoid most of them to avoid being teleported to a place he had been before. However, there were also a few times where the teleportation energy covered a rather large area. Jianshan was unable to avoid it in time and would be teleported to a certain place in the Sea of Despair. There was no day or night in the Sea of Despair. He could not sense the flow of time at all. Jianshan did not know how long he had wandered through the Sea of Despair. He had killed countless spirits of the mist. He had even come across a few spirits on the level of the Holy Emperor and slain all of them. Jianchen also came across a few places where the flesh of immortal emperors was scattered in the Sea of Despair. Even though they had been there for countless years, their blood did not dry up and they were still alive. Even with Jianchen's current strength, the terrifying killing intent within the flesh and blood made him shiver. He was unable to approach them at all. At this moment, Jianchen's vision cleared up. The vast mist that blotted out the sky had vanished. He had arrived in a clear world. It was as if he had entered a different world. In the Sea of Despair, the thinner the mist was, the more dangerous it would be. However, there was not a single bit of mist within several dozen kilometers of Jianchen's current location. However, when Jianchen saw this, he rejoiced instead of being surprised. His eyes immediately lit up because he had already come to a place like this once. This was where the Anata Tower resided. Chapter 1481. On the desolate plains, Jianchen strode forward with his azulate swords on his back. After arriving in this region where there was no mist at all, Jianchen became cautious. He did not dare to be as careless as he had been in the mist before. In the mist that blotted out the sky, only the vicious spirits needed to be wary of. Some of the powerful existences among the vicious spirits were enough to threaten the Holy Emperor or even kill him. However, before Origin Realm experts, no matter how powerful the vicious spirits were, they were unable to threaten them at all. This was because the most powerful vicious spirit in the mist was only the Holy Emperor. However, there was something terrifying on the plains that could even kill Origin Realm experts. It was the Anata Tower left behind by the Anata Grand Prime, a supreme expert of the Saints' world. Jianchen advanced over 15 kilometers on the plains before finally becoming stern. He stared straight ahead with a sliver of sternness as the light in his eyes flickered. 10 kilometers in front of him, an ancient pagoda stood there quietly. The ancient pagoda was several hundred meters tall and looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. The only thing that attracted attention was the sword marks on the ancient pagoda. Each sword mark was extremely deeply engraved on the ancient pagoda, causing the originally ordinary ancient pagoda to look extremely damaged and full of scars. Moreover, every single one of these sword slashes flickered with divine light. From time to time, they would radiate with powerful sword chi. The sword chi was so powerful that it could shake up the surroundings. Without a doubt, it possessed devastating power. Even someone as powerful as Jianchen shivered when he sensed the sword chi. Jianchen stopped and stared at the Anata Tower silently for a while. Afterward, he sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He made his way toward the Anata Tower with firm steps. Suddenly, the motionless, damaged tower began to tremble. As the tower trembled, the space around it immediately began to ripple. The space trembled violently, causing the tower to become faintly discernible. At the same time as the tower trembled, a ripple visible to the naked eye rapidly spread with devastating power. Wherever the ripple passed, space would distort violently. If it were not for the fact that the mist-free space around the tower was extremely tough, far tougher than the sea region outside, just the ripple alone would have been enough to destroy the entire region. Jianchen's gaze became extremely sharp at that moment. When he had come here with Yadrium, the hall master of the Poseidon Hall, he had fled in horrible shape from the ripples. However, he did not dodge the ripples at all. With a thought, the Ziying sword flew into his hand as a violet streak of light. Jianchen wielded the Ziying sword and directly stabbed at the ripples. As soon as he struck out, a violet glow immediately filled the sky. A dazzling light flickered on the Ziying sword as it radiated with shocking sword chi. The strike had fused with Jianchen's comprehension of the way of the sword. It possessed a sliver of the power of laws, so the strike was no weaker than late receival. Even late receival experts would pale before it. Bang! The Ziying sword collided with the ripples with shocking power, immediately erupting with a heavy sound. terrifying ripples of energy erupted, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. It caused the ground to sink as countless cracks appeared. However, when the destructive storm reached the mist in the sky, it dispersed before it could even touch the mist. It was as if the place had become a different domain, a completely different world from the mist. Jianshan's body violently jerked, but he remained where he was. He did not retreat, but his feet had already sunk into the extremely tough earth. At this moment, the ground in a radius of several dozen kilometers around Jianshan had sunk by over 3 meters. As the ground sank, the earth became even tougher, becoming as hard as rock. Just as the ripples from the Anata Tower attacked Jianshan, the sword slashes on the tower suddenly lit up. At this moment, all 108 slashes shone with a dazzling light. 36 illusionary swords appeared, slowly revolving around the tower as they began to suppress it. The ancient tower continued to tremble. Muffled sounds could be heard from within the tower from time to time, as if it was fighting against the seal of the sword mark. However, no second ripple appeared. A while later, the tower gradually stopped shaking before falling completely silent. The entire tower recovered its deathly stillness from before, standing there without moving at all. Jianshan stared at the tower as he gripped the Ziying sword. A layer of violet light revolved around the Ziying sword, concealing its true appearance. When the tower completely fell silent, Jianshan approached it once again. Although the Anata Tower was damaged, its artifact spirit was still present after all. With the artifact spirit, the Anata Tower could still unleash unimaginable power. It was not something that Origin Realm experts could approach. Even reciprocity experts would struggle to protect themselves before it. However, the Anata Tower was sealed by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, so its power was restricted. Killing Jianshan would not be an easy task. Afterwards, the Anata Tower did not stir at all. It seemed to have fallen completely silent. Even when Jianshan arrived before the entrance, the tower did not react at all. Standing before the entrance, Jianshan raised his head to look at the damaged tower that stood several hundred meters tall. Every single one of the 108 slashes was several meters long. They were still dazzling as sword chi surged into the sky. 36 illusionary swords swam through the air. They possessed the trajectories of ways and the power of laws. Jianshan's eyes narrowed slightly. He secretly raised his vigilance to the highest level. Although the tower was silent, the seal on it was still in operation. This allowed Jianshan to understand that the tower was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. The several dozen meter tall door on the first floor had already been damaged. A layer of powerful energy had condensed into a rather illusionary door where it had been damaged. It had almost materialized. Chapter 1482. Jianshan stared at the door condensed from energy with interest. His eyes became extremely bright as he murmured, "With how tough the Anata Tower is, I wouldn't be able to get in if the door was in perfect condition, even if it doesn't possess any offensive abilities. But now..." As soon as he reached there, Jianshan struck the door again. With a boom, the door dimmed slightly once more. After enduring over a dozen attacks, Jianshan finally smashed through the damaged door of the Anata Tower. Jianshan held the Ziying sword and carefully entered the interior of the Anata Tower. The moment Jianshan set foot in the Anata Tower, he felt like he had arrived in another world. He could see that the ground was desolate without any signs of life. It was deathly still, while the sky was gloomy and boundless. Is this the internal world of the Anata Tower? Jianshan could not help but be stunned as he stared at the boundless world. Afterwards, he expanded the senses of his soul in an attempt to observe the surroundings, but he discovered that the senses of his soul were suppressed even more heavily in the Anata Tower. Jianshan observed the surroundings carefully for a while. He actually failed to sense any danger in the surroundings, so he just flew through the air on the Qing Sua sword. At the same time, he secretly communicated with the sword spirit. The Anata Tower has a total of 9 floors, and each floor is a vast world. Logically speaking, the passageway to the next floor should be at the center of each floor, but the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower has yet to disperse. The artifact spirit can control everything in the Anata Tower. Under its interference, it can completely cover up the entrance to the Anata Tower or reconstruct the entrance to the next floor. Ziying explained to Jianchen. Although this was the first time they had entered the Anata Tower, they knew quite a lot about it. The Anata Grand Prime was an extremely renowned figure in the Saints' world, after all. At the same time, he was one of the top 3 Grand Primes in the Saints' world, so the Grand Exalt of the Immortals world would obviously investigate him. If the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower has hidden the entrance, wouldn't it be almost impossible to find it in such a vast world? After all, we can't use the senses of our souls here, Jianchen said with a frown. Master, we've already entered the Anata Tower, but the artifact spirit still doesn't dare to appear. That means it's weakened. It's far weaker than us. It doesn't even have complete confidence in dealing with us in its territory. In such a state, it's no longer able to hide the entrance in the heavily damaged Anata Tower. We'll sense it when we approach the entrance, said Ziying. Afterwards, Jianchen flew through the first floor of the Anata Tower on the Qing Sua sword. Ziying's sword hovered above his head, ready to strike at any time. Secretly, Jianchen's chaotic force filled his entire body, filling every inch of his flesh and blood. He completely unleashed the advantages of the chaotic body. A powerful layer of light protected him. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He stared straight ahead and saw darkness appear before him. The space there was extremely unstable as huge spatial cracks constantly appeared. Every single crack was several thousand meters long, enough to devour huge beasts. A terrifying suction force appeared from within as well. An illusionary sword that was over 30,000 meters long hung in the dark world. It flickered with light as sword chi shook the world. From time to time, spatial cracks several thousand meters long would pierce through the illusionary sword, but not only were they unable to destroy it, but they were unable to shake it at all. This is the sword of mortality of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's 4 swords. However, it's only a strand of sword chi left behind by the sword of mortality. The sword of mortality can sever the foundation of immortals, causing them to fall into the mortal world and never be able to become immortals again. Qing Sua's voice rang out. Jianchen stared at the illusionary sword of mortality. Even though the sword was only condensed from a strand of sword chi, it seemed to have existed for eternity, existing with the world. Even if the world was destroyed, it would not disperse. It was as if the illusionary sword was an eternal existence. Jianchen was shocked. He felt even more respect for the terrifying strength of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. Just a strand of sword chi from the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt still possessed such terrifying power after so many years. Jianchen struggled to imagine just how terrifying the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was in the past. This is already the end of the first floor of the Anata Tower. Originally, the world on the first floor was not so small, but the world before us has already been destroyed by the sword chi of the Sword of Mortality, said Ziying. Jianchen stood there and stared at the illusionary sword. Even though it was only condensed from a strand of sword chi, it still possessed the supreme concept of sword god. However, what made him sigh was that even though he knew that if he could comprehend 10 or 20% of the concept, his way of the sword would rapidly increase, his comprehension of the way of the sword was just too low. His foundation was too thin, so he did not have the ability to comprehend the concept of sword god. After a moment of silence, Jianchen suppressed his urge to comprehend the concept. He left with some helplessness and regret, flying off in another direction. Before long, Jianchen arrived at the boundary of the world again. He was stopped by the dark space that was still destroyed. A huge sword also hovered there. It was 30,000 meters long and radiated with a terrifying pressure. The shattered space before him was originally the vast world on the first floor of the Anata Tower. It had been destroyed by the shocking sword Qi in the end. This is the Sword of Reincarnation, one of the 4 swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. It possesses the power of samsara and can make immortals fall into the cycle of samsara, making it difficult for them to break free. The sword spirit's voices rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan's heart immediately skipped a beat. He had already passed through 2 directions on the first floor of the Anata Tower, and there was a sword hovering at the end of each of the 2 directions. If that was the case, would there be 2 more sword phantoms in the other 2 directions? Jianshan did not stay for too long when he thought up to there. He immediately flew off in the other 2 directions. Before long, his guess was confirmed. As he had expected, there were also sword Qi from the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt at the ends of the other 2 directions. Every single strand of sword Qi was extremely terrifying. They transformed into swords that were 30,000 meters long and had not changed after all this time. The Immortal Slaughtering Sword, the sword primarily used for killing by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. It was also the sword that the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt used the most in his early years. Countless immortals from the Immortals' world, great celestial demons from the Demons' world, and Saints' world have died to this sword. God-vanquishing sword, the strongest divine sword of the Nirvanic Immortal venerates 4 swords. This sword specializes in injuring one's yuan spirit. It can destroy one's body and soul without destroying the physical body. Even peak immortal venerates would be wary of this sword. Mundane, Reincarnation, Immortal Slaughtering, and Godslayer. These are the 4 swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. Every single sword contains a way of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, allowing them to possess unique abilities. Coupled with the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's control as a sword god, the 4 swords can erupt with unimaginable power. If the 4 swords form a formation, it'll be even more shocking. The Anata Tower is very powerful as well. It really is worthy of being the famed treasure of the Anata Grand Prime. Even the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was unable to destroy it. He could only suppress and seal it. Chapter 1483. Immortal Exalt. Sword God. Jianshan clenched his fists tightly as yearning filled his eyes. The 4 strands of sword Qi that the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt had left behind in the past were so powerful that they had shocked him greatly. They had left an unforgettable impression in his head. At that moment, Jianshan felt a yearning that he had not felt in a very long time. It was a yearning for strength, a yearning for Immortal Exalt, a yearning for Sword God. If I possessed sufficient strength right now, the world of Forsaken Saints would no longer pose a threat to the Tian Yuan continent. Not only can strength be used to protect yourself and your loved ones, but it can also be used to protect your home. In this world, if you don't possess the corresponding strength, you're nothing. Even the most basic of survival is not in your hands, Jianshan sighed. At that moment, he secretly made up his mind that he would definitely become as powerful as the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. This was not just his pursuit of strength as a fighter, but he also wanted to see the world that existed in that domain. With a thought, Jianshan seemed to think of something else. He asked, Sword Spirits, the Azulate swords and the 4 swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt are both the most powerful god artifacts of the Immortals world. Every single one of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's swords has fused with the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's comprehension of the ways, so the 4 swords all possess their own uniqueness. The 4 of you are equally famous as the 4 divine swords. I wonder what kind of unique abilities you have? Ziying's sword is the limit of supreme yang force in the universe. It's also known as the force of the sun. It can incinerate the universe and incinerate the laws of the world. Qing Sua's sword is the limit of supreme yin force in the universe. It's also known as the force of supreme yin. With a thought, it can freeze everything within 1,000 kilometers. It can freeze the world and stop time. If the 2 swords fuse, the fusion of supreme yang force and supreme yin force can turn into true chaotic force, which can destroy everything in the universe. It's just a pity that Qing Suo and I still haven't recovered from our injuries from the battle last time. We can no longer use the supreme yang force and supreme yin force. We only possess the abilities of sword spirits, Ziying said. Master, even if Ziying and I can use supreme yin force and supreme yang force right now, the swords won't be able to endure the two powers with their current quality. Only by raising the swords to supreme quality immortal artifacts can we use supreme yin force and supreme yang force. At the same time, since we are sentient beings born from the yin and yang qi, the supreme yang force and supreme yin force are the lifebound energies of Ziying and I. As a result, using them excessively will harm our vitality. In the past, in order to kill the Grand Prime of the Warring Gods, the Old Master fused the azulate swords to erupt with devastating power. Although he succeeded in killing the Grand Prime of the Warring Gods in the end, the Old Master suffered a backlash as a result. The backlash was extremely terrifying. Even as one of the 5 grand exalts of the Immortals world, he was unable to withstand it and died in the end. The azulate swords that were no weaker than the Anatta Tower and the 4 swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt collapsed as a result, leaving me and Ziying with unimaginable injuries. We only have our spirits left. If it were not for the fact that we were condensed from yin and yang qi, making us undying, we probably would have vanished the moment the swords collapsed. Qing Suo said sternly. She still felt lingering fear when she thought about what had happened in the past. Supreme quality immortal artifacts, Jianchen murmured. He could not help but frown. Back in this world, he had gone to great lengths to find the materials to forge the azulate swords, yet the swords he forged were only at medium quality. The difference between medium quality and supreme quality was high quality. Even if he searched the entire world, he would not be able to find such high-quality materials. This was because it was very difficult for materials to forge supreme-quality immortal artifacts to appear in this world. They might not even exist. If I want to forge supreme-quality immortal artifacts, I need to go to the Saints' world or the Immortals' world to find the materials. At the same time, the requirement for chaotic flames to melt supreme-quality immortal artifacts will be extremely high. Forging supreme-quality immortal artifacts is still too far away from me right now. However, once I forge them, once Ziying and Qing Su recover some of their vitality, the supreme yang force and supreme yin force will definitely increase my strength, Jianchen thought before looking at the surroundings. The light in his eyes flickered. The Anatta Tower was left behind by the Anatta Grand Prime, so it must be in his collection. I wonder if I can find the materials to forge supreme-quality immortal artifacts here. Though I need to obtain the Anatta Tower as soon as possible right now. Just when Jianchen thought up to there, the twin swords suddenly wrapped around each other and shot into the sky as a streak of light. They produced a clear thrum that rang through the surroundings. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes shone with interest, as sharp as swords. This time, the twin swords actually flew out by themselves. He did not want them to fly out. The speed of the 2 swords was extremely fast. In an instant, they broke through the clouds. Intense purple and green light illuminated the world, causing the thick clouds in the sky to quickly dissipate, revealing the fiery red sun high in the sky. As for the azulate swords, they shot straight towards the scorching sun. However, at this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly shone with an indescribably dazzling light. The light was so bright that Jianchen could not help but close his eyes. He used his hands to shield his eyes as he felt a piercing pain in his eyes. At that moment, the scorching sun in the sky was no longer moving slowly. Instead, it shone with dazzling light and rapidly grew in size. It fell from the sky at a terrifying speed, radiating with a vast and terrifying pressure. It seemed like the end of the world had arrived. The sun fell to the ground, blotting out the entire sky. It was a grand sight. Under the sun, the twin swords shot into the sky as streaks of light, heading toward the sun with an unstoppable force. Boom! The scorching sun and the azulate swords violently collided in the air, immediately erupting with a deafening boom. The sky was filled with the light from the azulate swords and the scorching sun, causing the world to lose its original color. After the strike, the azulate swords retreated and returned to Jianchen's side. The scorching sun in the sky, which had become extremely huge due to its rapid descent, was slowed down as well. It immediately stopped in the air as its light dimmed. It seemed like the sun had set in the west, turning into a setting sun. Tower Spirit, no matter how you hide, we've still found you in the end. Just as I expected, you've become so weak. Ziying appeared and stared at the sun in the sky as he spoke. Chapter 1484. Jianchen also looked at the dim sun in the sky. At that moment, he could tell that the sun was probably the manifestation of the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower. As Jianchen looked over, the sun immediately began to change. In the end, it turned into a red-robed boy. The boy seemed very young, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. In particular, the shallow slash between his eyebrows was particularly eye-catching. The boy stared at the twin swords sternly. His eyes were filled with sharp killing intent, but when he looked at Jianchen, he suddenly laughed aloud. He mocked, "He must be the new master of your twin swords. I never thought that the famed twin swords of the immortals world would actually accept such a weak person as their master. What a joke!" Qing Sua's expression did not change when he heard the boy's mockery. Ziying said, "Spirit of the Anata Tower, if it were not for the seal of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, we might not have been your opponent in your territory with our weakened state. However, it won't be too difficult for us to kill you now. Yield is your only chance at survival." You're dreaming if you want me to yield to an ant. Let alone the fact that he's not even a godhood expert. Even if a Grand Prime stood before me, I would never yield, let alone the fact that you're on the side of the immortals world, the spirit said coldly. Killing intent flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He charged into the sky with Ziying's sword, heading straight for the boy. He directly slashed at the boy and said coldly, "If you don't yield, I can only let you die." As soon as he swung his sword, it immediately turned into a huge, 100-meter-long strand of violet sword chi. It whistled over with shocking might. "Just you? A mere ant dares to speak to me like that? Even if I'm extremely weak, I'm not someone you can kill. Go cultivate for another few 100,000 years." The boy was extremely arrogant. He showed great disdain towards Jianchen. With a gentle stroke of his finger, the energy on the first floor of the Anata Tower immediately surged out from all directions as a devastating pressure permeated the surroundings. However, at this moment, the four swords that Jianchen had seen on the first floor trembled gently. Immediately, a hazy glow appeared, suppressing the power of the Anata Tower. In the end, the boy was only able to use a tiny sliver of power. However, even a tiny sliver possessed the might of a receival expert. It condensed into a thread and shot toward Jianchen. Jianchen's Ziying's sword stabbed into the thread condensed from the boy's energy. With a boom, the thread collapsed, dispersing in the first floor. The power of the thread was not even as great as the receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints, Kumu, which was why it was unable to injure Jianchen. Instead, it was unable to stop Jianchen. After pausing for a moment, Jianchen immediately vanished from where he was as a blur. He charged toward the boy with even greater speed than before. The boy's face changed, and he immediately retreated. As he retreated, he constantly swung his arms. Under the suppression of the four swords, he gathered the power of the Anata Tower with great difficulty to condense threads that possessed the power of a receival expert. All the threads shot toward Jianchen with lightning-like speed as the boy swung his arms. Jianshan's gaze sharpened as he rapidly approached the boy. The incoming threads were all severed by Jianshan, erupting with violent ripples of energy that dispersed with deafening booms. The boy was unable to stop Jianshan's advance at all. Seeing how he was unable to do anything to Jianshan, the boy's face immediately twisted. He became extremely vicious and bellowed out, "That damned bastard Nirvanic! He couldn't destroy the Anata Tower, but he split me into 9 and sealed them in the 9 floors of the Anata Tower. Not only am I unable to recover, but I'm also suppressed by the sword chi that the bastard Nirvanic left in me all those years ago. Otherwise, how could I have been reduced to such a pathetic state where I couldn't even kill an ant?" As he approached the boy, he knew that he could not escape. The seal on him prevented him from recovering even in his own territory. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He immediately became crazy. Instead of retreating, he charged towards Jianshan with the last of his strength. He bellowed out, "I have a total of 9 bodies, and each one is stronger than the last. The first floor is my weakest body, while the 9th floor is my strongest. You can kill my body on the first floor, so show me how you can kill my strongest body. If you don't kill my body on the 9th floor, you'll never be able to obtain the Anata Tower." The red-robed boy charged toward Jianshan fearlessly. He did not try to dodge the Ziying sword that shone with violet light. Instead, he faced it with his chest. Spurt! The sword of Ziying passed through the boy's chest. At the same time, the boy threw a punch at Jianshan. The fist and body collided violently, producing a heavy sound. Jianshan's face changed. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was immediately blown away. The boy's body slowly dispersed as well. Jianshan only managed to stabilize himself several kilometers away. His face was slightly pale. Even though the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower had been split into 9 by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt and was still sealed, the weakest clone still possessed the strength of an Origin Realm expert. Jianshan suffered greatly from the attack of an Origin Realm expert. He was heavily injured. With the disappearance of the boy, the space where he originally stood immediately began to tremble. It gradually turned into a black hole. Jianshan knew that this was probably the entrance to the 2nd floor when he saw the black hole. However, he was in no hurry to advance. Instead, he sat in the air as extremely dense radiant Saint Force origin energy surged out. Jianshan's body became enveloped by a layer of gentle, white light, and his wounds healed at an unbelievable rate. In just a few seconds, Jianshan's wounds, which would have taken months or even years to heal in the eyes of others, had completely healed. Only after adjusting himself to his peak condition did Jianshan stand up. He made his way to the black hole to the 2nd floor with determination. The 2nd floor of the Anata Tower was also a large world. It was desolate and devoid of life. After arriving on the 2nd floor, Jianshan broke through the clouds first. He stared at the sun in the sky. It was a true sun that was heavily damaged. It was less than 1/10 of its original size. Jianshan stared at the sun for quite a while. In the end, he confirmed that it was not a manifestation of the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower. Afterward, he looked at the clouds below him and swept through the surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no problems did he leave. Chapter 1485. The world on the 2nd floor was clearly more complete. Even though Jianshan had also seen the 4 illusionary swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt hovering in the dark space at the ends of the 4 cardinal directions, the world that had not been destroyed was still filled with mountains and rivers. He even saw an ocean. However, without any exception, all of them were barren mountains and dried rivers. Even the ocean had been reduced to a basin. Jianshan even saw cities along the way. Every single one of them was countless times larger than the 7 capital cities of the Tian-Yuan continent. The damaged walls were several thousand meters tall, reaching into the sky. The cities were filled with human-shaped skeletons, and some of the skeletons even possessed a sliver of pressure. Jianchen immediately shuddered when he sensed the pressure, but unfortunately, no matter how powerful their owners were when they were alive, all the skeletons had been eroded away. All the items had been reduced to dust. It was not that the items here could not withstand the test of time, but that the Anata Tower had been damaged. They had all been affected and died in the battle. When Jianchen arrived in a huge city again, the twin swords immediately reacted. At the same time, the sound of the zing rang out in Jianchen's head. Found it. Master, the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower is hiding in the city up ahead. As the sword spirits' voices rang out, the ground suddenly began to shake. Immediately, the damaged walls collapsed, kicking up dust into the air. Swords of yin and yang, you're far too detestable. I'll suppress you. A furious bellow rang out from the city up ahead. The red-robed boy flew out of the city in exasperation. Viciousness shone in his eyes, and his face was vicious. Clearly, he had sensed that the sword spirits had discovered him. Even though he was very weak in the Anata Tower, it was impossible for Jianchen to find him if he wanted to hide. However, he was unable to hide from the sword spirits. The sword spirits had found his hiding places on the first and second floor, so he hated them to the core. As the red-robed boy charged over, the energy in the Anata Tower immediately surged. This time, Jianchen could clearly sense that the boy was much more powerful than when he was on the first floor. However, he showed no fear. He swung his sword, and the strike contained his comprehension of the laws of the sword. It possessed a sliver of the power of ways as it shot toward the boy's head. Confinement of the world! The boy called out. With that, the world around Jianchen seemed to come to a standstill. The air seemed to stop moving as well. Everything in the world froze at that moment. Jianchen's body came to a halt. He remained in the same posture as he was immobilized. The azulate swords were immobilized as well. The resplendent light from their swords completely froze at that moment. They both froze space, but the boy's freezing of space was incomparable to that of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor. Not only could the frozen space immobilize Jianchen, but it could also immobilize the sword chi from the azulate swords. At the four ends of the second floor, the four swords in the shattered space trembled gently. With that, the frozen space around Jianchen returned to normal. As soon as he regained his mobility, he saw a red light descend from the sky, forming a barrier that enveloped him and the twin swords. A mysterious power permeated the barrier, suppressing Jianchen's strength. Immediately, Jianchen felt like he was unable to use even 80% of his strength. The circulation of chaotic force within him became abnormally sluggish as well. Twin swords of yin and yang, I may not be able to kill you, but I can suppress you, the boy roared. The boy furiously roared. Mysterious inscriptions hovered in his hands as he struck the Ziying sword and Qing Sua sword with lightning-like speed in an attempt to invade the swords. The Ziying and Qing Sua swords shone brightly as they resisted with their full strength. Jianchen discovered to his surprise that he was unable to control the twin swords. However, in the next moment, he condensed sword chi with his fingers and stabbed it toward the boy with a sliver of the power of ways. Piss off! The boy was in a hurry to suppress the twin swords, so he did not want to become entangled with Jianchen. He did not dodge Jianchen's attack either. He raised his right fist and hurled it at Jianchen as hard as he could. The sword chi Jianchen had condensed from his fingers was dispersed by the boy's punch. Afterward, the boy's fist did not slow down at all, landing on Jianchen's chest. With a muffled sound, Jianchen was knocked out of the red barrier. The boy's entire right arm vanished as well. However, in the next moment a new arm grew out. However, the boy's body clearly became much more illusionary after the new arm grew out. After leaving the red barrier, Jianchen was immediately no longer suppressed. Sword chi condensed on his fingers and attacked the barrier from the outside, causing it to constantly tremble. Within the red barrier, the red-robed boy suppressed the twin swords with all his strength. He viciously said, Swords of yin and yang, once I suppress you, I'll throw you into the empty space destroyed by that bastard Nirvana. I'd like to see how you'll return. Without your assistance, it won't be difficult for me to kill that ant. After all, this is my territory. It's my territory. I rule over everything here. Tower Spirit, you can't kill Master with your current strength. This Anatta Tower will be of great help to Master. Master must obtain the Anatta Tower this time. Only by submitting to Master can you avoid death, Ching Sua persuaded as he resisted the boy's suppression with all his strength. Ha ha ha, Yin Yang Swords, have you gone mad? You actually want me to submit to an ant? The boy laughed aloud. His voice was filled with mockery and disdain. Tower Spirit, Ching Sua and I were born in the universe, condensed from a strand of Yin Yang Qi. You were born in the universe as well, condensed from a strand of origin energy. We don't want to see you die here. As for our master, he may still be weak right now, but he's definitely not as simple as you imagine him to be. Tower Spirit, you should know that no matter how powerful you are, even if you become a peak Grand Prime or peak Immortal Exalt, you won't be able to see through some things. Only us spirits born in the universe can see a corner of it. You can use your ability to take a good look at our master. I believe you'll be able to see a corner of his future, Ziying said sincerely. An ant will always be an ant. So what if he's extraordinary? He'll just become a grand exalt of the Immortals world in the future. Even the greatest expert of the Immortals world, Nirvana, died in the end, sneered the boy. He did not care at all. However, he still could not help but glance at Jianchen. He was not sizing him up normally. Instead, he was using the unique ability of spirits born in the universe to see a corner of a person's future. The red-robed boy's expression immediately changed when he saw this. His eyes widened like bells, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 1486. The boy cried out as his face immediately paled. His gaze towards Jianchen underwent a drastic change as well. At that moment, Jianchen was no longer an ant-like existence in his eyes. Instead, he was an existence he feared. Impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world won't allow something like this to happen. This is fake. This is fake. I don't believe it. The boy seemed to have gone mad. His body trembled violently, and his gaze towards Jianchen was filled with fear, shock, disbelief, and so on. Tower Spirit, the corner of the future you've seen is destined to happen. You know whether it's real or not. Are you willing to submit to our master now? Ching Sua asked emotionlessly. Even though she and Ziying had once been enemies with the Anatta Tower, they still hoped that Jianchen could directly subdue the Tower Spirit if it was possible. That way, not only would they avoid a few difficult battles, but Jianchen would obtain the complete Anatta Tower as well. After all, the difference between the Anatta Tower with the Artifact Spirit and the Anatta Tower without the Artifact Spirit was extremely great. Tower Spirit, we don't want to see you die here just like us, which is why we're persuading you to submit to our master. Although you are condensed from a strand of origin energy from the universe, you're not invincible. Even the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt would have to expend a great deal of effort to kill you when you were at your peak condition, but you've been suppressed by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt for many years now. You've even been split into 9 forms, preventing you from recovering after countless years. As a result, you've become so weak. You're no longer as tenacious as before, so destroying you won't be difficult at all, Ziying said sternly. The boy did not waver at all. His gaze towards Jianchen would be filled with fear, viciousness, and madness from time to time. He roared out furiously, "You're dreaming if you want me to submit. Since I've seen a corner of a terrifying future from your master, I'll destroy him right now. I'll nip him in the bud." The fear in the boy's eyes had completely vanished, replaced by viciousness and madness. Afterward, he no longer suppressed the sword spirit. Instead, He charged at Jian Chen fearlessly with all his strength. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of victory. The boy on the second floor was much stronger than when he was on the first floor. Even though the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's 4 strands of sword chi remained, the power he could use was slightly more than when he was on the first floor. As the red-robed boy charged out, the power within the Anata Tower surged once again. It quickly condensed into a small tower before the red-robed boy. The tower was only 3 inches tall, but at a closer glance, it was exactly the same as the Anata Tower. As soon as the tower condensed, a mysterious and powerful power permeated the surroundings. It was filled with a sense of dominance and destruction, causing Jianshan's eyes to narrow. At this moment, the twin swords had yet to break free from the boy's suppression. Without the twin swords, Jianshan's strength was drastically reduced. As a result, he did not choose to receive the attack head-on. Instead, with a single movement, he left behind an afterimage where he was and left behind a single moment, appearing 100 meters away. The boy struck the tower where Jianshan had been standing before with a crazed expression. When the tower struck the air, it immediately produced a muffled sound. Strands of destructive power permeated the surroundings, causing the space there to tremble violently. If it were not for the fact that the space within the Anata Tower was extremely tough, the boy probably would have been able to collapse the space within a radius of over 1,000 meters. "Where do you think you're going? I'm going to kill you today. I'm going to completely destroy you," the boy yelled out. The red-robed boy called out. He continued to charge toward the 100 meters away with the tower in his hand. He stared at Jianshan fixedly as killing intent filled his eyes. Jianshan was stunned. As he looked at the boy, he could clearly sense that the boy seemed to have become a completely different person compared to before. It was as if some deep grievance had suddenly arisen between them, making the boy want to kill him regardless of the consequences. However, this question only flashed through Jianshan's head. Afterwards, he looked at the Anata Tower in the boy's hand that had shrunk countless times. He could clearly sense that the tower had become much weaker after the previous attack. Chaotic force surged within Jianshan. The chaotic Niden in his dantian spat out a large amount of chaotic force that swam through his body, covering every inch of his flesh. A sword chi condensed from chaotic force appeared in his right hand. Sword origin. With a thought from Jianshan, strands of powerful sword chi condensed from the surroundings. The sword chi possessed a sliver of the power of ways. It fused with the sword chi in his hand as he stabbed out with lightning speed towards the boy's tower. With a boom, Jianshan's body trembled violently before he staggered backwards. He only stabilized himself after retreating several hundred meters. The sword chi in his hand dimmed. However, the red-robed boy only paused for a moment before continuing towards Jianshan viciously and crazily. However, the tower in his hand became even more illusionary. Originally, the red-robed boy could control all the power within the Anata Tower as he wished, but now that the Anata Tower was sealed by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, the power he could use had been reduced to a prehistoric level. As a matter of fact, he could not replenish it even after expending it. As a result, the longer the battle dragged on, the weaker he became. However, Jianshan was different. He consumed his chaotic force at an extremely slow rate. The sword chi condensed from sword origin only consumed the power of his soul slightly, allowing him to fight for a longer period of time. The spirit of the Anata Tower could not match up to this. At that moment, the dim sword chi in Jianshan's hand became powerful once again. It fused with the power of the way of the sword and slashed towards the boy with a sliver of the power of ways. Boom! After the strike, Jianshan retreated once again. His face was pale, while the tower in the boy's hand had already vanished. He was also pale, but the madness and viciousness in his eyes did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even greater. Jianshan did not even wait for his body to stabilize as he retreated. He waved his hand and sent a strand of sword chi towards the boy's forehead. Spurt. The sword chi passed through the red-robed boy's forehead, leaving behind a 3-finger-wide hole in his head. However, the boy did not die. His body only became slightly more illusionary. At the same time, the twin swords that the boy had suppressed earlier finally broke free. They flew over as streaks of light, passing through the boy's body and returning to Jianshan's hand. Only after being injured by the twin swords did the boy's illusionary body finally disperse under his unwilling viciousness and madness. Master, even though the spirit of the Anata Tower is weak, it's still very difficult for you to kill him with your strength. Only Qing Suo and I can deal fatal damage to him. Ziying's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan stared at the black hole that led to the 3rd floor where the boy had died. Not only did he not show any joy, but he also frowned. The body of the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower has been split into 9 parts by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. They are all suppressed on the 9 floors. The 1st floor is the weakest of the 9, while the 9th floor is the strongest. I've only come to the 2nd floor now, and the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower is already so difficult to deal with. I wonder just how powerful the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower will be once I make it to the 9th floor. It'll be very difficult for me to deal with it, Jianshan expressed his worries. He needed to make it to the 9th floor if he wanted to obtain the Anata Tower, or everything would be for naught. Originally, Jianshan planned on finding some of the items the Anata Grand Prime had collected in the past, but after going through the 1st and 2nd floors, he understood that everything outside the Anata Tower, no matter how valuable, had been destroyed along with the Anata Tower. They had all been reduced to dust. Probably only the items that the Anata Grand Prime had specially preserved remained intact. Master, based on the strength of the spirits on the 1st and 2nd floors, the spirit of the 9th floor is indeed much more powerful than Master. With Master's current strength, even if you use everything you have, you probably won't be the opponent of the spirit of the 9th floor, Ziying said rather sternly. It's a pity that the spirit of the tower refuses to yield to Master, or it would have been much easier for Master to obtain the Anata Tower. However, Master, you don't need to be discouraged. Even if you can't make it through the 9th floor right now, it won't be able to stop you before long, Qing Suo said. Jianshan fell silent. Now that the tunnel between the Tianyuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints had stabilized, it was impossible to stop it. Before long, the tunnel would be tough enough to withstand returnance experts without being destroyed. He wanted to increase his strength as much as he could in this final period of time. It was extremely likely that the Anata Tower hid a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, so he was unwilling to give up. At the same time, Jianshan was not completely confident that he could survive the next battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. As a result, he wanted to do everything he could to attempt the Anata Tower in this final period of his life. Even if the Anata Tower did not contain the heaven-defying fortuitous encounter he had imagined, he would not have any regrets. Suddenly, Jianshan seemed to think of something. His eyes gradually lit up and he said, "Perhaps it's not completely impossible. The sword chi the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt left behind in the Anata Tower in the past has remained intact after countless years. Now that the sword chi has gained intelligence, I might be able to ask for their help." Chapter 1487. It doesn't matter if this method works or not. I have to try it. Jianshan was determined. He did not enter the 3rd floor in a hurry. Instead, he arrived at the end of the 2nd floor. A sword chi that was over 30,000 meters long hovered in the shattered darkness. It would never fade away. This was one of the 4 swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, the Mortal Sword. It had fused with a way of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, allowing the sword to sever the foundation of immortals, preventing them from becoming immortals forever. The Mortal Sword. In the past, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was unable to destroy the Anata Tower, so he suppressed the tower and split the tower spirit into 9 pieces, sealing them in the 9 floors of the Anata Tower. Now, the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower has become extremely weak after being suppressed for so many years. I've already killed the artifact spirits on the 1st and 2nd floors, but unfortunately, the artifact spirits become more powerful the higher I go. With my current strength, it'll be difficult for me to reach the 9th floor. If I don't destroy the artifact spirit on the 9th floor, the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower will continue to exist. I hope you can assist me and fight the tower spirit with me. Destroy it completely and complete the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's final wish. At the same time, the Anata Tower that originally belonged to the Saints' world will become something of our Immortals' world, Jianshan said sincerely as he stared at the huge mortal sword in the air. The mortal sword hovered in the dark space, silently. It did not move at all. Although it was only condensed from a strand of sword chi from the mortal sword, it had already gained a certain level of intelligence after so many years. Jianshan waited there for quite a while. Seeing how the mortal sword did not react, he entered the way of the sword again in an attempt to resonate with the sword chi. He did not attempt to comprehend the concept that belonged to Sword God within the sword chi. He only wanted the mortal sword to acknowledge him and treat him as one of its kind. This was because the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt had comprehended the way of the sword. He had also comprehended the way of the sword, so they walked the same path. Although there were probably quite a few sword immortals who had comprehended the way of the sword in the Immortals' world, the way of the sword he had comprehended had nothing to do with the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. However, Jianshan treated this as a sliver of hope. The sword of mortality did not move at all. It remained still in the darkness, existing forever. After that, Jianshan tried many other methods, but all of them ended in failure. In the end, he stayed here for 3 days. After seeing that there was no effect, he left. However, Jianshan did not give up. The sword chi already had a spirit. He firmly believed that the sword chi could understand his words. Before long, he arrived before the 2nd illusionary sword on the 2nd floor. This was the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword of reincarnation. It had fused with a way of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, allowing the sword to possess the power of reincarnation. It could make immortals fall into the cycle of samsara, where they would struggle to break free even after countless lifetimes. Jianshan repeated what he had said in front of the sword of mortality. Afterwards, he tried many other methods, but the results were the same. He did not receive any response. 3 days later, Jianshan left without any hesitation. He arrived before the Sword of Slaughter on the 2nd floor, but the results were the same as before. Jianshan also stayed there for 3 days before heading to the 4th Sword of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, the Sword of Slaying. Another 3 days passed, and Jianshan left dejectedly. He arrived on the 1st floor of the Anata Tower reluctantly. He went to the 4 cardinal directions once again. 12 days later, Jianshan visited all the 4 swords on the 1st floor, but he was still disappointed. Although the 4 strands of sword chi had a spirit, they completely ignored Jianshan. They did not respond at all. Could it be that my thinking is wrong? Although the sword chi have a spirit, they're not as intelligent as I imagine them to be. They can't understand what I'm trying to do at all. Or perhaps the spirits of the sword chi understand what I'm trying to do, but they can only suppress the Anata Tower because of the will of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. They can't help me deal with the spirit of the Anata Tower? Jianshan murmured as disappointment filled his face. He could not help but doubt his rather wild thought. After all, they were only sword chi left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt in the past. There are 108 slashes outside the Anata Tower, Jianshan. Even though each slash is only a few meters long, I can sense that they're even more powerful than the 4 sword chi that are 30,000 meters long. They're even more intelligent. Regardless of whether I succeed in the end, I have to try, Jianshan thought. Determination filled his eyes. He immediately dismissed his thoughts and walked out of the Anata Tower. The 108 slashes that were several meters long were deeply imprinted on the Anata tower. They covered the entire tower and flickered with light as they radiated with surging sword chi. 36 illusionary swords had been conjured from the 36 slashes, slowly revolving around the Anata tower. Jianchen stood outside the Anata tower as he stared at the sword slashes. In particular, when he saw the flickering light within the slashes, he felt like he was hallucinating. It was as if there was a figure sitting within the light or a new life being nurtured within the light. I can clearly sense that each of the 108 sword slashes is much more powerful than the 4 swords I saw in the tower. Moreover, the spirituality contained within the sword slashes is so strong that it's not something the 4 swords in the tower can compare to. Jianchen murmured as he stared at the 36 sword chi that slowly revolved around the Anata tower. He could also tell that the 36 sword chi were the swords of mortality, swords of reincarnation, swords of slaughter, and swords of destruction. There were 9 swords each. Jianchen slowly moved his gaze upwards. He discovered that the light within the slashes became more powerful the further up he went. At the same time, the number of slashes decreased as well. When he saw the 8 sword slashes on the 7th floor, the divine light inside was already extremely blinding. The invisible soaring sword intent that radiated out shook his mind, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. There were also 8 slashes on the 8th floor, but they were much more powerful than the 7th floor. Every single slash seemed to nurture a miniature sun. The sword intent was shocking and filled with intelligence. Jianchen did not dare to stare at them for too long. However, when Jianchen glanced towards the 9th floor, he suddenly became stunned. There were only 4 slashes on the 9th floor, but they were not as bright and powerful as he had expected. Instead, they were dim and did not possess any intelligence at all. As a matter of fact, Jianchen only saw 4 empty slashes. Have the 4 strands of sword chi vanished? Jianchen was stunned. He knew that there had to have been shocking sword chi within the 4 slashes because the remaining slashes could prove his guess. However, for some reason, the 4 strands of sword chi that were supposed to be the most powerful on the Anata tower had suddenly vanished. Jianchen did not think too much about this. He slowly rose into the air and entered sword origin. He released his own comprehension and attempted to communicate with the sword slashes. He wanted to resonate with them. If the sword slashes did not possess intelligence, Jianchen definitely would not have done something like that. However, they had already possessed intelligence, so Jianchen believed that they could understand what he was trying to say. It was just a matter of whether they would help him or not. Jianchen slowly rose up. Very soon, he passed through the 1st and 2nd floor before reaching the 3rd and 4th floor. However, without any exception, the sword slashes did not react at all. Jianchen sighed inside. He had already guessed this outcome, but he still did not give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to fly towards higher floors. Very soon, he reached the 7th and 8th floors. The sword slashes on the 2 floors did not react either. They shone with dazzling light and were filled with intelligence, but they completely ignored Jianchen. Jianchen became even more disappointed. He did not want to go to the 9th floor anymore because there were only empty slashes there. In his opinion, it would be pointless even if he went there. However, even Jianchen failed to notice that strands of weak presence had drifted out from his body. They drifted to the 9th floor and were absorbed by the 4 empty slashes. Jianchen began to slowly descend. Just when he reached the 7th floor from the 8th floor, a shocking sword chi suddenly radiated from the 4 empty slashes. The sword chi was not very powerful, nowhere near as powerful as the 8 slashes on the 8th floor. However, it made Jianchen come to a halt. He raised his head and stared at the 4 empty slashes eagerly. The white light from the 4 slashes became brighter and brighter. Very soon, they became dazzling like miniature suns, dyeing the entire world snow-white. Although the sword chi and the spirits in the 4 slashes had vanished for some reason, there were still strands of weak sword chi in the 4 slashes. These strands of sword chi were insignificant compared to the sword chi on the 8th, 7th, and even lower floors. They were not even enough to suppress the Anata Tower. However, at that moment, the strands of sword chi that had fallen from the 4 empty slashes rapidly condensed in the dazzling white light. This lasted for several seconds. When the white light from the 4 slashes dispersed, the 4 slashes on the 9th floor had completely dimmed. They had become 4 deep slashes. 4 small swords that shone with a faint white light hovered before him. The swords were only the size of a palm. They were small and delicate, and they were translucent like crystals. The 4 small swords slowly drifted down from the air before arriving before Jianchen in the end. Chapter 1488. Xiao Ling is at returnance, and I've personally experienced the strength of returnance experts. However, the presence from the 4 small swords is much more powerful than Xiao Ling's. Are the 4 small swords as powerful as origin energy? Jianchen silently sensed the terrifying sword qi within the 4 small swords. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. In the end, his heart could not help but begin to beat violently. Fantastic! With the assistance of these 4 strands of sword qi, my chances of killing the tower spirit have increased, Jianchen said emotionally. Soon after, he thought about the threat from the world of Forsaken Saints and became slightly hesitant. These 4 strands of sword qi can unleash the power of origin energy. If I use them against the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, I might not be able to injure the Spirit King, but I can kill 4 returnance experts at the very least, or even more. Jianchen hesitated. His main goal in coming to the Anata Tower was to increase his strength to fend off the world of Forsaken Saints, but now that he had obtained the 4 strands of sword qi, he found it rather difficult to decide. He had no idea whether he should use the 4 strands of sword qi to deal with the tower spirit and reclaim the Anata Tower or directly use them on the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. However, Jianchen made up his mind very soon. He said, I originally wanted to kill the tower spirit, which was why I came to the sword qi that had gained sentience. If I don't use them to kill the tower spirit and instead use them against the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, I'll be going against my original intentions. The 4 strands of sword qi might even disperse and not help me anymore. Jianchen immediately made up his mind after thinking this through. Determination filled his eyes as he slowly raised his hand, planning on putting the sword qi into his space ring. However, to Jianchen's surprise, when his right hand came in contact with the 4 strands of sword qi, the sword qi immediately fused into his hand and disappeared. Instead, the inscriptions of 4 small swords appeared on his arm. Jianchen silently sensed his arm. He could clearly sense the existence of the 4 small swords. However, at this moment, he could sense that the 4 small swords were no longer tangible. They were 4 illusory strands of sword qi that had a faint connection with his consciousness. Through this connection, Jianchen discovered that he could actually control the 4 strands of sword qi as he wished. The sword qi has already gained sentience, as if it has gained sentience, possessing its own life. They are no longer pure sword qi. Jianchen sighed inside. He did not know whether it was because of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's supreme strength or because he had comprehended the state of Sword God, but the sword qi he had left behind in the past had given birth to their own consciousness after so many years. Afterwards, Jianchen left with the 4 strands of sword qi and entered the Anata Tower again. Very soon, he passed through the entrance of the 2nd floor and entered the 3rd. However, just when Jianchen entered the 3rd floor, and before he could see his surroundings clearly, a terrifying killing intent appeared behind him. It immediately caused all of Jianchen's muscles to tense up. At the same time, a layer of powerful light appeared and revolved around him. Afterwards, Jianchen basically took a step to the side instinctively. With that step, He directly vanished from where he was, appearing 100 meters away like he had teleported. Jianchen completed all of this in a single moment. He did it all in a single breath. He was so fast that he had exceeded the reaction speed of an ordinary person. Just when Jianchen had dodged, an ear-piercing whistle rang out from where he had been standing. A tiny tower passed by there as a blur, radiating with a destructive, tyrannical presence. Wherever the tower passed by, the space there would distort slightly. The red-robed boy hovered behind him. He looked at Jianchen with a crazed and vicious gaze. There would be a sliver of fear from time to time, but this fear was replaced by insane killing intent very soon. Killing intent flashed through Jianchen's eyes. With a thought, the Ziying sword shot toward the red-robed boy with a flash of violet light. With the speed of the Ziying sword, it crossed several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, arriving before the red-robed boy in a single instance. However, this time, the red-robed boy completely ignored the Ziying sword. He stared fixedly at Jianchen, and he suddenly vanished. The Ziying sword missed. Almost at the moment the red-robed boy vanished, Jianchen sensed something. He suddenly extended a finger behind him, and the Qing Suo sword on his back immediately flew out, stabbing in the direction Jianchen had pointed. With a boom, the red-robed boy appeared. He held a tiny tower in his hand and collided with the Qing Suo sword. The powerful shockwave from the explosion forced Jianchen back. His clone on the third floor is slightly stronger than the clone on the second floor, but there's a limit to it. Killing his clone on the third floor won't be difficult, Jianchen thought. Through this clash, he had already determined the red-robed boy's strength. World's imprisonment! Suddenly, the red-robed boy bellowed out. The energy on the third floor immediately began to surge. Vaguely, it seemed like a law was being formed, trying to imprison the surroundings. Jianchen's face changed slightly. He had already experienced the boy's confinement of heaven and earth. The power of the confinement of heaven and earth was not as simple as freezing space. Not only could it immobilize him, but even the twin swords would not be able to avoid it. Even though they had only been trapped for a short moment, that short moment was enough to change the situation of the battle. Sky-severing strike. Before the red-robed boy could use the secret technique, Jianchen immediately formed a seal with his hand and used the sword skill as quickly as possible. This sword skill had been passed down to him by the sword spirits. It was a technique from the immortals' world. Even though it was only the basics, its power had far exceeded Saint-tier battle skills. Now that Jianchen used it, it could erupt with power far greater than his greatest battle prowess. With that, the Ziying sword immediately shone brightly. It had actually turned into a 100-meter-long, violet sword in a single moment. A mysterious power permeated the surroundings, dividing the violet light into a domain. To no surprise, the red-robed boy was in this domain as well. Jianchen was not affected at all in this domain, but the red-robed boy discovered to his surprise that he could not move at all. Sword domain. God damn it, you want to imprison me with a mere sword domain? If it weren't for the fact that I'm extremely weak, I would be able to break through this sword domain with a single breath. The red-robed boy was furious. He felt extremely humiliated to be trapped by such a weak sword domain. As soon as the sword domain formed, the secret technique the red-robed boy used collided with the sword domain violently. It immediately distorted the sword domain and showed signs of shattering. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he suddenly extended a finger while the sword domain trapped the red-robed boy. The 100-meter-long sword immediately slashed toward the red-robed boy. Boom! The strike was extraordinarily powerful. When the Ziying sword passed through the red-robed boy's body, it did not slow down at all. It continued to strike the ground below, immediately erupting with a great rumble. The entire ground trembled violently, kicking up dust into the air and blotting out the sun. The red-robed boy produced a miserable cry as his body immediately faded. It was not an exaggeration to describe the strike as devastating. At the same time, it had fused with Jianshan's comprehension of the way of the sword. It possessed a sliver of the power of laws and the power of ways. Although the power was still extremely weak, it was undeniably powerful. After enduring the strike, the red-robed boy had almost dispersed. "Even if I destroy this spiritual body, I won't let you off easily," the red-robed boy roared. The red-robed boy let out a furious roar. There was a determined look on his face, and flames suddenly rose from his illusory body. As the flames burned, the red-robed boy's body rapidly faded away. However, his presence continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. Jianshan was stern. He knew that the red-robed boy was using a secret technique to sacrifice himself in order to gain more power. Just when he wanted to stop him, the red-robed boy's illusionary body had completely melted away in the flames. Only a small tower hovered there, radiating with terrifying pulses of energy. Swish! The small tower turned into a blur as it shot toward Jianshan with an ear-piercing sound. A destructive presence filled the surroundings, causing Jianshan's face to change. He knew that the destructive presence was a form of law, the power of ways. Even though the power of laws that the red-robed boy had condensed was not powerful, Jianshan still felt greatly threatened. Moreover, the red-robed boy had paid the price of burning his spiritual body for this strike. It was unimaginably powerful. Jianshan became extremely stern. His presence had been locked onto by the small tower, so he could not dodge at all. In that critical moment, he formed a sword with his finger and pointed it at the Qing Suo sword. He called out, "Spiral Sword Qi." The Qing Suo sword immediately shone brightly. It flew toward Jianshan's chest as a streak of azure light. With the hilt as the center, the entire sword began to spin like a windmill. It spun so quickly that it turned into a series of blurs in just a short moment. Rings of azure ripples radiated out as well. As the azure ripples spread out, the space around them began to ripple. At that moment, space seemed to become sticky. At the same time, the Ziying sword shot toward the small tower as a streak of violet light under Jianshan's control. It collided with the small tower loudly and erupted with a great boom. The Ziying sword was knocked far away, but the small tower did not slow down at all. It locked onto Jianshan's presence and charged toward Jianshan with an unstoppable force. When it entered the azure ripples from the Qing Suo sword, its speed immediately changed. The might within the tower actually weakened at an unbelievable rate. As the azure ripples spread out, not only did they slow down the small tower, but they also rapidly weakened the small tower's power. Even though the small tower's speed had been somewhat suppressed, it was still unbelievably fast. It collided with the rapidly spinning Qing Suo sword in a single moment. The Qing Suo sword was knocked far away as well. The spiral sword Qi stopped, and the ripples immediately dispersed. The small tower had been stopped twice now, so it only had 50% of its original power. With the tip of the tower at the front, it pierced through Jianshan's chest and through Jianshan's body. Chapter 1489. Jianshan spat out a mouthful of blood as his body constantly trembled. The flesh on his chest rapidly melted away at a visible rate, turning into puddles of blood. This was the sliver of power of laws that the tower had left behind when it pierced through his body. The power was filled with destruction, constantly destroying Jianshan's body. If it were not for the fact that Jianshan's chaotic body was abnormally tough, preventing the power of laws from destroying him, his entire upper body probably would have melted away already. After piercing through Jianshan's body, the tiny tower dispersed after exhausting its last bit of energy. With the disappearance of the tower, the passageway to the fourth floor immediately appeared. However, Jianshan was currently in excruciating pain. The sliver of power of laws that the tower had left behind in his body constantly shone brightly, causing the wound on Jianshan's chest to slowly melt away as if thousands of ants were gnawing at it. Even though his chaotic force was extraordinary, it was unable to stop the power of laws from spreading. After all, His chaotic force was not true chaotic force. Just the chaotic force of the fifth floor was not enough to fend off the sliver of power of laws. Suddenly, Jianchen bellowed out while enduring the pain. The bellow shook the sky, and immediately, endless white light condensed from the surroundings. He gathered sword chi in his chest, using the power of the way of the sword to fend off the power of laws in his wound. With the addition of the power of the way of the sword, the power of laws in Jianchen's wound was immediately suppressed. The two different powers of laws immediately began an intense battle. In the end, the power of laws that belonged to the artifact spirit of the Anata Tower did not last long enough, so it was dispersed by Jianchen's power of the way of the sword. After purging the power of laws in his body, Jianchen finally let out a sigh of relief. In just a short while, the bowl-sized wound on his chest had doubled in size, taking up most of his chest. His organs and flesh had all vanished. Even though he was heavily injured, Jianchen still stood there like a mountain. The toughness of the chaotic body allowed him to remain brimming with vitality despite being heavily injured. However, his face was pale. "It's been a very long time since I've been so heavily injured. The power of laws really is terrifying. I need to be careful when I fight the tower spirit in the future," Jianchen murmured to himself. He immediately sat down and used the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force to heal. Around half a minute later, Jianchen's wounds had completely healed. The missing piece of flesh on his chest had regrown. He had recovered to his peak condition once again. After changing into a set of clean clothes, Jianchen set foot on the fourth floor with the twin swords on his back. The fourth floor was a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Jianchen discovered many withered heavenly resources as well as the remains of many precious medicines. They basically covered the entire place. It was basically a garden of medicines. However, to his great disappointment, even though this was a vast garden of medicines that had once been filled with priceless medicines, all of them had been destroyed. Not a single one of them remained intact. Jianchen also engaged in an intense battle against the tower spirit on the fourth floor. The artifact spirit on this floor was slightly more powerful. Although Jianchen emerged victorious in the end, he was heavily injured at the same time. Before long, Jianchen healed up and entered the fifth floor. This floor was clearly where the Anata Grand Prime reared rare beasts. Huge skeletons could be seen everywhere, and many of them were tens of thousands of meters long. Even though they had died many years ago, Jianchen could still sense a tremendous pressure from the skeletons, almost suffocating him. It was very difficult to imagine just how powerful the skeletons were when they were alive. Moreover, the skeletons had not eroded away. They were still as tough as rocks, but they were all destroyed soon after the battle between Jianchen and the tower spirit. This time, Jianchen had lost an arm after killing the tower spirit. A small portion of his body had been destroyed as well. He had only won after paying a heavy price. The tower spirit on the fifth floor possessed strength no weaker than late returnant's expert. Coupled with the sliver of power that he controlled from the laws of destruction, his battle prowess was close to reciprocity. Afterwards, Jianchen advanced courageously, passing through the sixth and seventh floors. The tower spirit on these two floors possessed the strength of reciprocity. If it were not for the suppression of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's four swords, he probably would have been able to erupt with the strength of godhood even if he had been split into 9 pieces, unable to recover even after countless years. After passing through the sixth floor, Jianchen was basically half dead. He was extremely heavily injured, and he only managed to slay the artifact spirit after several hours of intense battle. Jianchen had used everything he had to pass through the seventh floor. Not only did he use the primordial godsilk, but he also used a strand of sword chi from the Sword of Mortality in his arm to slay the artifact spirit in the end. Otherwise, he would have probably died. However, to Jianchen's relief, the 4 strands of sword chi were not limited to a single attack. According to his estimations, each strand of sword chi could unleash the might of reciprocity 3 times. After that, their power would weaken drastically, and they would only be able to erupt with the strength of returnance experts. The further they went, the weaker they would become until the sword chi dispersed in the end. Although the primordial godsilk could not block the attacks of Origin Realm experts for Jianshin, it was still tough. With the protection of the primordial godsilk, Jianshin could avoid being pierced through, but his body would have to endure an even more violent impact. Even with the fifth layer of Jianshin's chaotic body, he found it rather difficult to endure. When Jianshin reached the 8th floor, he decisively removed the primordial godsilk. Although the primordial godsilk could prevent him from being pierced through, the strength of the artifact spirit on the 8th floor was probably enough to shatter his body to pieces through the primordial godsilk. The artifact spirit on the 8th floor became even more vicious and crazy. Hidden within was a fear for Jianshin. The fear was so great that it had reached the depths of its soul. This was already the 8th floor. Jianshin had slain 7 other bodies along the way. If this body was slain as well, only the body on the 9th floor would remain. Once the body on the 9th floor was slain by Jianshin as well, it would truly vanish. Even though the body on the 9th floor was stronger, it was unwilling to take the risk. At that moment, the artifact's spirit felt an unprecedented sense of danger. The sense of danger was countless times greater than when it faced the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt in the past. Even though he was not the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's opponent back then, he was still in peak condition. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was undying. Coupled with the fact that the Anata Grand Prime was present, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was unable to kill him. He could only seal and suppress him. However, not only did he fail to recover from his wounds after so many years, but he had also become weaker and weaker under the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's suppression and seals. He was basically on the verge of death now. If he was killed in his current condition, he would definitely die. If it died in such a state, then it would truly be destroyed. After all, it was still unable to become truly indestructible like the sword spirits. Being able to reach the 8th floor is already a great honor for you. Today you will be buried here. You will never have the chance to reach the 9th floor. This will be the place where you die. I will kill you. The red-robed boy yelled at Jianshin as he hovered several hundred meters away from Jianshin on the 8th floor. Artifact Spirit, are you still so stubborn? If you don't yield, all you can do is disperse. Ziying's figure appeared and said to the red-robed boy. She wanted to persuade him one last time. However, what answered her was the red-robed boy's surging killing intent and an attack condensed from the laws of destruction toward Jianshin. Afterwards, the red-robed boy waved his hands, controlling the power of the world within the artifact spirit tower with great difficulty. He was prepared to use a secret technique. This time, the red-robed boy used his full strength right from the start. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to cut down Jianshin as quickly and cleanly as possible. Jianshin was stern. The red-robed boy on the 8th floor was equivalent to mid-reciprocity or even late reciprocity. Coupled with the sliver of power he had grasped over laws, there were basically no experts at the same level who were his opponent. If Jianshin faced him by himself, he would not have any chance of victory even with the azulate swords. He would not even be able to fight back. Jianshin waved his right hand and immediately, a streak of light flickered. One of the 4 strands of sword chi hidden in his arm, the sword of reincarnation, suddenly flew out. It turned into a white streak of light and shot toward the red-robed boy with lightning speed. Afterwards, Jianshin waved his right hand a second time and a third time, shooting out the sword chi from the immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal slaughtering sword. He used 3 strands of sword chi to deal with the red-robed boy. Every single strand of sword chi moved with indescribable speed. They seemed to be able to pierce through space and break through the limits of distance, approaching the red-robed boy in a single instance. The red-robed boy's face changed drastically. He had experienced sword chi like this on the 7th floor before. Although the power of the sword chi was nowhere close to what the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt had used in the past, the sword chi was enough to threaten his life now. However, the sword chi just happened to move with indescribable speed. The red-robed boy was unable to dodge at all. He could only watch as the sword chi approached him. The first strand of sword chi dispersed the laws of destruction. It passed through the red-robed boy with only a third of its power remaining, causing him to shriek out in agony. He was in extreme pain. Afterwards, the second strand of sword chi pierced the red-robed boy's body, causing him to become semi-transparent. The secret technique he was about to use was forced to stop as well. Chapter 1490. Although the 3 strands of sword chi were only equivalent to reciprocity, there was still a sliver of the power of the way of the sword left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. Although the power of the way of the sword had fallen from Sword God due to the passage of time and was nowhere near as powerful as when it was at its peak, it was still greater than sword origin, so each strand of sword chi possessed the power to kill regular reciprocity experts. Even the artifact spirit on the 8th floor was unable to withstand the combined attack of the 3 strands of sword chi. It directly collapsed. However, the red-robed boy did not die. The thin mist that remained in the air began to surge, condensing back into the red-robed boy's figure a while later. The figure was so faint that it was almost impossible to see. Even burning away his spirit was not enough to achieve this. I never thought that you would have 4 strands of that bastard Nirvanic's sword chi on you and not just 1. However, 4 strands of sword chi just happens to correspond to his 4 swords. Now that you've used up all your sword chi, I'd like to see how you deal with my clone on the 9th floor. The 9th floor will be where you truly die. I'll be waiting for you there, the red-robed boy sneered coldly. Jianshan said nothing. With a swing of the Ziying sword, a strand of sword chi immediately shot out, dispersing the red-robed boy's figure. Afterwards, Jianshan was in no hurry to go to the 9th floor. Instead, he sat down on the 8th floor and allowed himself to recover to his peak condition. After all, the clone on the 9th floor was the strongest clone of the artifact spirit. It was extremely likely that he had reached godhood. Even if he could still use 2 of his 4 strands of sword chi, Jianshan was not completely confident that he could kill the artifact spirit. It was extremely likely that a vicious battle would occur. If the artifact spirit on the 9th floor really does possess the strength of godhood, I'll probably be slain in a single clash even with the azulate swords. With my current strength, I can't put up any resistance at all before godhood experts. However, it's not like the artifact spirit doesn't have any weaknesses. His greatest weakness is that once he runs out of energy, he can't replenish it. His energy will decrease with every use, and every time he's injured, his strength will decrease. As a result, once I enter the 9th floor, I only need to use the 4 strands of sword chi from the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt to heavily injure him as soon as possible, and his strength will drop. Once he's injured to a certain extent, he'll fall below godhood. Jianshan sat there in thought with his eyes closed. He replayed his battle against the artifact spirit on the 9th floor over and over again in his head. Jianshan had analyzed and imagined the battle from various angles. He had even included all the techniques he knew about the artifact spirit. In the end, he arrived at the conclusion that he did not have no chance at victory against the artifact spirit on the 9th floor. It mainly depended on the performance of the 4 strands of sword chi from the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. It's a pity that I've already used all 4 strands of sword chi once. I only have the power for 2 reciprocity attacks left. If I had the power for 3 attacks, my chances of victory would be 80%, Jianshan sighed. He felt very helpless inside. The artifact spirit on the 8th floor was so powerful that he could not deal with it. If he did not use the sword chi from the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, he would not be able to make it to the 9th floor at all. He might even die on the 8th floor. However, I still have my greatest trump card. The only pity is that the price of using it is just too great. It's so great that I can't bear it. However, if I really do face life-threatening danger and fall into dire straits, I can only use this move. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. The fusion of the twin swords was his final trump card, and it was also the move he was unwilling to use the most. This time, Jianshan spent half a month meditating. Not only did he return to his peak condition, but he also thought of many ways to deal with the artifact spirit on the 9th floor. He made the most preparations possible. Half a month later, Jianshan stood up and finally set foot on the 9th floor. As soon as he set foot on the 9th floor, Jianshan disappeared with a flash before he could even see his surroundings. He left in a single instance to prevent the artifact spirit from ambushing him at the entrance. Everything was calm. The desolate world on the 9th floor was terrifyingly silent. There was no sign of life at all. Jianshan hovered in the air cautiously as he cautiously observed his surroundings. He was rather surprised. The artifact spirit had not been waiting at the entrance for him to launch a sneak attack like he had imagined. Does the tower spirit of the 9th floor have enough confidence in dealing with me, so it doesn't bother to launch a sneak attack? Jianshan thought to himself as his face immediately became stern. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. It illuminated a small portion of the sky, creating a wondrous sight in this desolate world. Jianshan stared at the golden light in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he flew over. The Ziying sword and Qing Saw sword hovered above Jianshan's head as they flickered with azure and violet light. They were ready to launch a lightning strike at any time. When Jianshan arrived at the origin of the golden light, he discovered that it was actually a colossal palace. It shone with dazzling light as a terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings. The palace seemed rather illusionary, and he seemed to be able to see the scenery behind it. The palace was only a projection, not the actual thing. Jianshan stared at the majestic palace before him. Even though it was only a projection, it gave Jianshan a feeling like it stood above the world. It possessed a supreme presence, as if the laws of the world were beneath its feet. The heavenly palace of Bishing. Jianshan looked at the huge signboard above the entrance of the palace. There were 4 words on the signboard. They seemed to contain the changes of laws, containing the mysteries of the world within the words. He clearly did not recognize the words, but the moment he saw the signboard, he thought of the heavenly palace of Bishing for some reason. "I'll let you die before Master's sky. You can die with no regrets, ha ha ha." Arrogant laughter rang out in Jianshan's ears. With that, the red-robed boy actually charged out of the palace, lunging at Jianshan as a blur. The pressure he gave off was so powerful that Jianshan felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. His movements became rather sluggish, and the presence of death entered Jianshan's heart, shocking Jianshan. The current strength of the red-robed boy made Jianshan feel like he was facing the end of the world. Jianshan's eyes shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, he was about to use the 4 strands of sword chi from the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, but at that moment, he saw a vague, strange smile on the boy's face. Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed from the strange smile. At that critical moment, Jianshan seemed to sense something. His hand did not change, but it was not the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword chi that he shot out. Instead, he shot out 4 small swords condensed from regular sword chi. They possessed a sliver of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's presence of the laws of the sword, so the 4 regular strands of sword chi seemed like the sword chi the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt had left behind in the past. Just as Jianshan sent out the 4 strands of sword chi, Jianshan waved his hand again, and another 4 strands of sword chi shot out with lightning-like speed. A total of 8 strands of sword chi with a sliver of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's presence shot towards the red-robed boy at the same time. However, this was not the end. After shooting out the 8 strands of sword chi, Jianshan used a sword skill as quickly as he could. The Ziying sword immediately turned into a 100-meter-long sword. With the appearance of the sword domain, the area the sword occupied turned into another domain, trapping the red-robed boy. The red-robed boy came to a halt. His posture froze as he was immobilized by the power of the sword domain. The 8 strands of sword chi with the presence of the nirvanic immortal exalt shot over with unbelievable speed. They basically pierced the red-robed boy's body at the same time. Afterwards, the 100-meter-long Ziying sword swung towards the red-robed boy's head, cleaving his body in half. The red-robed boy rapidly dispersed in the air, but there was no pain or reluctance on his face. Instead, he smiled strangely. Jianchen stared at the rapidly dispersing boy in a daze. His face immediately became extremely ugly. He said with a sunken face, "That's a fake. That's not the real body." "Ha ha, that's right. That really wasn't my real body earlier. It was just a clone condensed by me. It's a pity that you realized it too late." As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, a familiar laugh rang out from nearby. Another red-robed boy suddenly appeared, walking out from the side of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. He had been hiding there the entire time, using the might of the heavenly palace to conceal his presence so that he could fool the sword spirits. "Just as I expected, you actually still have that bastard's sword chi. If it weren't for the fact that I was cautious and condensed a clone to probe you, I probably would have been heavily injured already. However, your sword chi has already been used up, so I'd like to see what else you can use to fight me. I only need a single move to kill you. So what if you become a taboo in the future? You'll still die to my hands in the end," the red-robed boy sneered. He suddenly pressed his right hand towards Jianchen, and with that, a tower immediately appeared above Jianchen's head. It was several dozen meters tall, exactly the same as the Anata Tower. It radiated with a presence that made even Jianchen shiver as it pressed down on Jianchen. Immediately, an extremely terrifying pressure appeared from the tower, immobilizing Jianchen's body. His feet sank into the ground under the tremendous pressure. All his bones cracked as if they were about to shatter from the pressure. Moreover, the ancient tower possessed the power of laws filled with destruction. The power of laws had already surpassed what Jianchen had seen on the lower floors. Chapter 1491. Boom. The Ziying sword collided with the tower, but it was unable to resist the tower's power. The powerful force caused the Ziying sword to fall to the ground, creating a huge crater. The Ziying sword sank deep into the ground. The tower did not slow down at all. It continued to press down on Jianchen with its destructive power of laws. Only when it came in contact with the spiral sword chi from the Qing Suo sword did the tower slow down slightly. The azure, spiral ripples gently wrapped around the tower, dispersing strands of the tower's power into the surroundings. The tower's power rapidly weakened within the spiral ripples. However, this only lasted for a few seconds. The tower passed through the spiral ripples and pressed down on the Qing Suo sword. The Qing Suo sword thundered and was struck deep into the ground like the Ziying sword. The spiral sword chi that could weaken the tower immediately collapsed. At this moment, the tower was only a few meters away from Jianchen's head. Jianchen seemed to have lost his mind. Without the twin swords, he could only rely on his own strength to stop the tower. He roared out furiously and protected himself with the light from the swords. He fused his chaotic force and the way of the sword into his fists as he threw them at the tower. Bang! With a heavy sound, Jianchen used all his strength to smash his fists against the tower. His body immediately trembled violently as blood spurted from his mouth. His arms that had struck the tower had become a bloody mess. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Jianchen's arms drooped powerlessly. The bones in his arms had been shattered, so they were no longer enough for him to raise them. The tower was only 3 inches away from his head. However, after being obstructed several times, the tower did not have much power left. At this crucial moment, Jianchen laid flat on the ground. He used his entire body to endure the final strike from the tower so that his head and soul would not be injured. Boom! The tower slammed into the ground viciously. The terrifying power caused the ground to shake violently, erupting with a heavy sound. Jianshan was reduced to a bloody mess. His entire body had changed shape. He lay on the ground powerlessly without moving at all. The power of the laws of destruction had invaded his body, constantly destroying it. Jianshan was heavily injured. All his bones had been destroyed, and not a single part of his body remained intact. He could not even stand up. Even with such heavy injuries, his presence of life was still very vigorous. Just when Jianshan wanted to condense the power of the Way of the Sword, when he sensed the power of laws wreaking havoc in his body, the 4 strands of sword chi that belonged to the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt hidden in his arms actually released a weak strand of sword chi at that moment. The strand of sword chi was hidden in Jianshan's body, so it did not harm him at all. Instead, it entered his chest through his arm and spread through his entire body very quickly. Wherever the strand of sword chi passed by, the power of the laws of destruction in Jianshan's body would disperse. Very soon, the power of the laws of destruction in Jianshan's body was completely eliminated with the assistance of the 4 strands of sword chi. In the end, the strand of sword chi dispersed due to exhaustion. However, when the 4 strands of sword chi dispersed, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He could clearly sense specks that resembled starlight remain in his body when the 4 strands of sword chi dispersed. As soon as he sensed it, the comprehension of the Way of the Sword permeated Jianshan's mind. The Way of the Sword. Jianshan's eyes became extremely bright. They were filled with excitement and joy. Even though he was heavily injured at that moment, his heart still began to thump uncontrollably. After the 4 strands of sword chi dispersed, there's actually some mysterious specks of light that contain the comprehension of the Way of the Sword in my body. If I absorb the comprehension, it'll definitely be of great help to me, Jianshan thought. However, he also understood that this was not the time to comprehend the Way of the Sword. With a thought, a gentle white light immediately enveloped his body. As he bathed in the gentle white light, Jianshan's wounds actually healed at a visible rate. It was so fast that it was astounding. Chaotic force surged within Jianshan's body. Jianshan pushed the supreme recovery of the chaotic body to the limit as well. He healed as quickly as he could with both of them. After the 10-meter-tall pagoda unleashed this attack, it dissipated due to the depletion of energy. The red-robed boy's figure disappeared with the pagoda. You really don't have that old bastard's sword chi anymore. The red-robed boy's voice rang out. Another red-robed boy walked out from behind the illusionary heavenly palace of Bisheng. Compared to the previous 2, the presence he gave off was even more tremendous. The red-robed boy feared the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword chi very much. In order to exhaust the sword chi on Jianshan, he had used his first clone. However, he was still worried that Jianshan still had the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword chi, so he used his second clone. The 2 clones were both condensed from his energy. The second clone had consumed a large amount of his energy, so the second clone was as real as his real body, both in terms of strength and presence. Although it could only deal a single strike at late reciprocity, the red-robed boy believed that the second clone was enough to test whether Jianshan still had the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword chi or not. In particular, when he saw Jianshan heal on the ground like a pile of mud after having almost died to his second clone, the red-robed boy was finally certain that Jianshan had used up all his sword chi. I have to pay a very great price to condense a clone under that old bastard's suppression, and it's very difficult to recover. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to test whether he still had the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword chi or not, I really wouldn't want to waste my clone to deal with him. However, he no longer has the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword chi, so it's time for me to kill him. The red-robed boy smiled victoriously as he slowly made his way towards Jianshan. Immediately, an indescribably tremendous pressure radiated from his body. The pressure was several times more powerful than his second clone. The figure of an ancient tower conjured up from the red-robed boy's body. As soon as the ancient pagoda appeared, the world changed color and the wind and clouds surged. In front of the ancient pagoda, the laws of the world seemed to become somewhat chaotic. The ancient pagoda faintly contained the two laws of creation and destruction. Moreover, under the two laws of creation and destruction, there was also the scorching and violent power of the law of fire. The Anata tower that the red-robed boy had conjured actually possessed the power of three laws. However, the red-robed boy could only use a sliver of the laws of destruction because the Anata tower was damaged. It was no longer the complete Anata tower. At that moment, the red-robed boy seemed to be able to see Genshin's death. He could not help but laugh aloud. So what if you become a taboo in the future? You still haven't matured. Today, I will personally kill this taboo. With that, the red-robed boy extended a finger at Genshin. A dark light immediately condensed from the illusionary tower, shooting towards Genshin as a black streak of light. When I was in peak condition, this strike alone would have been enough to destroy an entire region. Although it's greatly weakened now, it's still an honor for you to die to this strike. The red-robed boy laughed aloud. However, when the black streak of light shot towards Genshin with the power of the laws of destruction, a terrifying sword chi that even shocked the red-robed boy suddenly appeared. 8 strands of sword chi had shot out from Genshin's arm at that moment. Every single strand of sword chi was extremely powerful. They also possessed the power of laws, the laws of the way of the sword. That old bastard's sword chi. How can you still have it? Bastard, since you still have that old bastard's sword chi, why would you rather die than use it earlier? The red-robed boy's face suddenly changed. Disbelief filled his eyes. The 8 strands of sword chi moved extremely quickly, as if they had crossed through time and space. They were far faster than the dark light from the tower. When the first strand of sword chi collided with the dark light from the tower, the sword chi silently collapsed. The dark light was far more powerful than any of the strands of sword chi, but with the obstruction, the dark light that shot towards Genshin paused and slowed down slightly. The other 7 strands of sword chi all shot towards the red-robed boy. They were so fast that the red-robed boy lost all ability to dodge or block. In the blink of an eye, all 7 strands of sword chi passed through the red-robed boy, causing him to shriek out miserably. His face became extremely vicious and filled with deep fear. This was fear towards the nirvanic immortal Exalt. Even though the red-robed boy's original body was extremely powerful on the 9th floor, having reached godhood, the 7 strands of sword chi that possessed the power of laws from the way of the sword were fused with the power of laws. They were enough to threaten his life. After enduring the attacks from the 7 strands of sword chi, the red-robed boy immediately became illusionary as he shrieked out miserably. He had almost been dispersed by the sword chi. Even though the red-robed boy did not directly disperse after suffering a fatal wound, his presence rapidly declined like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he fell from godhood. Strands of sword chi seemed to remain in his illusionary body, causing him to be in pain. He constantly shrieked out as his illusionary body trembled violently. Chapter 1492. With a flash of violet light, the Ziying sword shot out from the ground, blocking the dark light with its body. Ding! The dark light collided with the Ziying sword. With a thrum, the Ziying sword was knocked far away, but the dark light did not disperse. It continued towards Genshin. With a flash of azure light, the Qing Saw sword flew out from the ground as well. It blocked the dark light with its body just like the Ziying sword, but in the end it was knocked away by the dark light with a thrum. After being obstructed several times, the dark light bought precious time for Genshin. At this moment, Genshin's wounds had mostly recovered from the dual healing. All his bones had been reconnected, so he endured the pain and immediately leapt up. He used the illusory flash, leaving behind an afterimage as he appeared 100 meters away. Boom! As soon as Genshin dodged, the dark light struck where he had been lying. With a great boom, the entire ground shook violently. terrifying ripples of energy erupted, wreaking havoc in the surroundings as a storm. It blew Jianchen 100 meters away. This time, Jianchen was blown several dozen kilometers away by the shockwave of energy before crashing heavily onto the ground. Many of his bones were broken, and his wounds that had just recovered from a small portion of his injuries were injured once more. Jianchen basically climbed to his feet as soon as he hit the ground. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the tower spirit as quickly as he could. Along the way, origin energy of radiant saint force enveloped his body the entire time. With the circulation of chaotic force in his body, his wounds healed at an extremely rapid rate. The tower spirit is still alive. I need to kill it in a single stroke while it's injured, just in case something happens. Jianchen gritted his teeth and persevered. He ignored the pain and flew in the direction of the tower spirit as quickly as he could. Several dozen kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When Jianchen arrived before the heavenly palace of Bishing again, he had recovered by 40%. The tower spirit had just purged the remaining sword qi in its body as well. It stared at Jianchen with a sunken face. Although its strength had fallen below godhood, it still pressured Jianchen tremendously. Bastard, this is my last body, yet you've injured me so heavily. Even if I kill you, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. The red-robed boy had completely lost his mind. The killing intent in his eyes had reached the limit. I will destroy your body and extract your soul so that it will suffer the most painful torture in the world. I will never be able to reincarnate. I will use everything I have to make you taste the most intense pain in the world, the red-robed boy roared at the sky. The hatred in his heart was enough to drown out space and shake up the surroundings. The illusionary tower hovered around the red-robed boy once again. It also possessed the power of 3 laws. Afterwards, he spread his arms and used all his strength to gather the remaining power on the 9th floor, pouring it into the tower. Immediately, the tower's power skyrocketed. 4 illusionary swords that were over 30,000 meters long hovered in the shattered darkness of the 9th floor. However, at this moment, the 4 swords trembled gently and flickered with a faint light. Immediately, even more power erupted from the swords, suppressing the power of the tower on the 9th floor. As a result, the tower spirit could only use a limited amount of the tower's power. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. Even though the power of the tower was suppressed, the power that the red-robed boy could use still increased by a lot. At the same time, he did not hesitate to pour a strand of his origin energy into the tower before controlling it to crush Jianchen. Although the tower was illusionary and did not possess a physical body, Jianchen did not dare to underestimate it. Instead, he became stern. Although the illusionary tower was not as powerful as the previous attack, it still gave Jianchen a sense of imminent danger. This attack is no weaker than reciprocity. Jianchen estimated the power of the tower. He knew that the attack was not something he could withstand while heavily injured. Moreover, the azulate swords were not in his hands, so he was unable to fend off the attack with his own strength. Jianchen showed no fear at all. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and another 8 strands of sword qi shot out from his arm to receive the tower. They were also sword qi left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. Jianchen had obtained the Sword of Mortality, the Sword of Reincarnation, the Sword of Slaughter, and the Sword of Annihilation on the 9th floor of the Anatta Tower. Each strand of sword qi could unleash the might of reciprocity 3 times. After that, the power of the sword qi would decrease. Jianchen was currently using the weakened sword qi, which possessed the might of returnance. Although the 8 strands of sword qi only possessed the might of returnance, they were no weaker than reciprocity when combined. Boom! The 8 strands of sword qi collided with the tower, erupting with a great boom. Violent ripples of energy forced Jianchen back, while the 8 strands of sword qi and the figure of the tower dispersed at the same time. God damn it, you actually still have that old bastard's sword qi. Although the power of the sword chi has decreased, it's still something that the old bastard left behind when he was still alive, the red-robed boy cried out furiously. After retreating a certain distance, Jianshan forcefully stabilized himself. He had already recovered by 50%. Looking at the devastating storm of energy up ahead, he gritted his teeth and directly charged over. He passed through the storm of energy as quickly as he could and arrived before the red-robed boy. With a wave of his hand, he shot out 4 strands of sword chi. The 4 strands of sword chi were shrunken versions of the 4 swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. Every single strand of sword chi was the length of a hand, but their power had decreased from returnance to reciprocity. However, the comprehension of the way of the sword within the sword chi was still greater than Jianshan's. After using the 4 strands of sword chi, the sword chi hidden in Jianshan's arm dimmed. Its energy had basically been depleted. Spurt, 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 spurt. The 4 strands of sword chi with the might of origin pierced the red-robed boy's body at the same time, causing him to tremble violently. He became slightly more illusionary once again. At the same time, the red-robed boy waved his hand and shot out a black streak of light with the power of the laws of destruction. It pierced Jianshan's body, causing Jianshan to vomit blood. The power of the laws of destruction wildly destroyed Jianshan's flesh around the wound, causing it to dissolve and rapidly expand. Jianshan gritted his teeth as hatred filled his eyes. He glared at the red-robed boy and used the light to protect himself. At the same time, he used the sword chi to fend off the power of the laws of destruction. He condensed a sword with sword chi in his right hand again and swung it at the red-robed boy viciously. The red-robed boy's body trembled violently as the madness in his eyes became even heavier. His face became extremely vicious as he constantly swung his fists at Jianshan. Every single punch contained a sliver of the power of the laws of destruction. He struck Jianshan again and again, producing heavy thuds. Jianshan's face was sheet white as blood constantly flowed from his mouth. The sword chi condensed in his hand constantly swung at the red-robed boy. With every swing, the boy's illusionary body would violently tremble and dim. In the end, the azulate swords flew over from afar. With shocking sword chi, they pierced the boy as streaks of light. Whether it was Jianshan or the red-robed boy, they were both extremely heavily injured. Both of them were extremely weak, unable to use any secret technique. The Ziying sword had already returned to Jianshan's hand. Jianshan wielded the Ziying sword. Coupled with the sword origin, he was able to unleash strength no weaker than late receival. After several swings, he had almost dispersed the boy's figure. However, he had paid an extremely heavy price as well. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed after enduring the boy's vicious attacks. At the same time, the power of the laws of destruction wreaked havoc within him, eating away at his flesh and blood. Jianshan had already lost his right arm and half his body. Even a third of his head had shattered, almost injuring his soul. His entire body was covered in blood, making it a horrible sight. However, he still did not give up. He used his remaining right arm to hold the Ziying sword and swung it at the boy. The Qing Suo sword did not stop either. Under the control of the sword spirit, it constantly pierced through the boy. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. It had already reached a state of close combat. The boy's figure had almost dispersed while Jianshan's body was about to collapse. He was just far too heavily injured. If it were not for the support of the chaotic body, he probably would have died long ago. The red-robed boy roared out furiously. His eyes were filled with resentment as he roared, "I never thought about using this move because it was my last hope of escaping. However, it's no longer up to me now." The boy suddenly pointed at the sky, and a droplet of golden blood gradually appeared. Immediately, an unbelievably powerful ripple of energy radiated out. Jianshan's face suddenly changed when he saw the droplet of golden blood. Just the ripples of energy from the golden blood made him feel like it was the end of the world. It was as if the droplet of blood possessed the power to destroy the world. Is this the blood of the Anatta Grand Prime? Jianchen was sheet white. The droplet of blood filled him with despair. Even if he was in peak condition, he would not have any chance of survival before the droplet of blood, let alone now that he was heavily injured. The essence blood of an immortal emperor. The sword spirits cried out as well. Isn't this the blood of a Grand Prime? But even if it's not a Grand Prime's blood, it's still not something I can block. Jianchen stopped attacking the tower spirit and looked at the droplet of essence blood in the sky. Before the essence blood, escaping was nothing more than wishful thinking. This is a droplet of essence blood from Master's traitorous disciple, Ta Ji. When Master was heavily injured by the Nirvanic immortal Exalt and fled, she was ambushed by that traitorous disciple of hers. In the end, Master killed Ta Ji. Ta Ji's essence blood is left here, and I've kept it all this time. Originally, I wanted to use that essence blood to break through the sword formation once that bastard suppression was exhausted, but I never thought that I would have to use it on an ant like you in the end. As he said that, the red-robed boy had already calmed down. He seemed like he was ready to face death with equanimity. Boom! At the same time, the drop of immortal Emperor blood essence also exploded. A destructive energy swept through the world, devouring the void and crushing down towards the ground. Chapter 1493. However, just when the destructive power was about to reach Jianchen, Jianchen suddenly took out a damaged piece of armor from his space ring and equipped himself. Ta Ji's God artifact armor. The boy immediately cried out when he saw the damaged armor. Disbelief filled his face, and soon afterwards, he and Jianchen were swallowed by the destructive power. After who knows how long, the destructive power from the droplet of essence blood had completely dispersed on the 9th floor of the Anatta Tower. The entire world returned to peace at that moment. The 9th floor of the Anatta Tower still existed. The explosion of the essence blood was like a ripple in the ocean to the Anatta Tower. It was unable to harm the tower at all. The sky remained the same color as before. The figure of the heavenly palace of Bishing continued to shine with dazzling golden light as it stood there. Perhaps, only the cracked ground clearly recorded the devastation from before. Jianchen and the boy had vanished as well. Their presences could not be found on the 9th floor at all. Only a damaged piece of armor covered in dirt lay on the ground silently. The person who wore the armor had vanished. However, at this moment, a speck of divine light suddenly flickered within the dust-covered broken armor. In the next moment, a beam of light flew out from the broken armor and hovered in the air. Only now did he see that it was a human figure. It was only as tall as a finger and gave off a layer of white light. This was the origin energy of radiant Saint Force. A speck of golden light flickered within the body of the tiny figure. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a small golden tower. Naturally, this was Jianchen's soul. When the essence blood exploded, he was unable to protect himself even with the damaged god artifact armor. His body was destroyed, and in the final moment, his soul hid in the damaged god artifact armor, which was why he managed to survive by luck. Jianchen's soul hovered in the air. After looking around, he sat down. A few seconds later, the thrum of swords rang out. The Ziying sword and the Qing Saw sword shot through the dust and flew out from the ground. They produced clear thrum as they arrived beside Jianchen's soul. They were on guard. Afterwards, another object covered in blood flew out from the dust and hovered below Jianchen's soul. To no surprise, it was a piece of Jianchen's flesh. After the first piece of flesh flew out, the dust in the surroundings began to churn. Piece after piece of flesh flew out from the dust, all of them hovering below Jianchen's soul in the end. As more and more flesh gathered from all directions, a body completely composed of chunks of flesh of various sizes gradually appeared below Jianchen's soul. It was covered in blood, and every single droplet of blood pulsed with powerful energy. Jianshan's soul lowered his head and looked at the body completely composed of chunks of flesh. He shook his head and sighed. He had already tried his best to collect his own flesh, but a portion of it had been destroyed by the power of the laws of destruction. It had completely vanished, so it was impossible to find it. He had collected all the flesh he could sense, but he could only piece together half of his body. He needed to recondense the remaining portion with his own power. Fortunately, the regenerative abilities of the chaotic body were extremely great. Coupled with his abilities as a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master, it was not difficult for him to make a full recovery. With a thought, a strand of Class 9 Radiant Saint Master origin energy immediately flew out from his faintly glowing soul. It enveloped his damaged body in an extremely dense, milky white light. The chaotic Niden within him spat out strands of chaotic force. The chaotic force flowed through every part of his body. Not only could it stimulate the growth of his flesh and blood, but it could also increase the rate at which he healed at the same time. Under the dual healing of the chaotic force and Class 9 origin energy, the missing parts of Jianshan's body began to regrow slowly. At the same time, the cracks and wounds on his body began to disappear at a visible rate. Even his blood flowed backwards, returning to his flesh. At the same time, the blood of chaos that had yet to dry up in the dust all turned into streams that surged out of the ground. It was all sucked into Jianshan's mouth. The blood of chaos was extremely important to Jianshan. Although he could regenerate the blood of chaos with the regenerative abilities of the chaotic body, it would consume a large amount of chaotic force. Jianshan would not have cared if he had only lost a small amount of blood. However, basically all of his blood had spilled into the ground now, so he needed to retrieve it. Fortunately, he cultivated the chaotic body, so he was mentally connected to every bit of his flesh and blood. It was not difficult for him to retrieve it. This time, Jianshan's wounds were unprecedentedly severe. Only his soul remained. If it were not for the fact that his soul had hidden itself in the damaged armor at the crucial moment, he probably would have died on the 9th floor already. The battle against the tower's spirit this time was truly life-threatening. It had been a very long time since Jianshan had faced death at such a close distance. At the same time, the recovery this time took far more time than any other time. Finally, Jianshan made a full recovery 2 days later. Jianshan had used up 3 strands of Class 9 origin energy. Jianshan took out his space ring from the artifact space and slowly put it on his hand. Afterwards, he took out a set of clothes from the space ring and changed into them. He silently sensed the body he had just recovered, and very soon, he discovered that the remnant comprehension of the laws of the sword had not disappeared with the destruction of his body, which allowed him to let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he discovered that the 4 strands of sword chi were hidden in his right arm as well. However, due to the exhaustion of energy, the 4 strands of sword chi were unable to unleash their full power. Even if they could barely unleash an attack at the receival level, it would not be as powerful as a strike from Jianshan's Ziying sword. The artifact spirit should have dispersed from the explosion of the immortal emperor's essence blood. After all, the artifact spirit has become extremely weak after the battle with me. He was extremely close to me at the very end, so he was unable to dodge the explosion of the essence blood, Jianshan thought. Even though the battle with the artifact spirit had been extremely intense, he was a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master. As long as his soul remained intact, he would be able to recover very quickly with the recovery of his Class 9 Radiant Saint Force origin energy. He would not be like regular experts, who would need to rely on healing pills and a long period of time to recover once they were heavily injured. Jianshan possessed a huge advantage in this aspect. He did not need to fear being injured at all when fighting. He could even recover during battle. Jianshan picked up the damaged armor that had saved his life and gently patted off the dust on it. He could not help but think about what the tower spirit had said when he took out the immortal emperor's essence blood, and how shocked the tower spirit had been when he saw the armor at the final moment after the essence blood had exploded. The owner of this armor is called Taji. I never thought that he would actually be the Anata Grand Prime's disciple. It looks like the immortal emperor's flesh, scattered across the sea of despair, came from Taji, Jianchen thought. He pondered. It looks like the Anata Grand Prime and his disciple had a great battle here in the past. The Anata Grand Prime probably died in that battle, which is why the Anata Tower ended up here. If the Anata Grand Prime hasn't died, he should have recovered a certain amount of strength after all this time. It won't be difficult for him to break through the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's seal on the Anata Tower. After a moment of thought, Jianchen dismissed his thoughts. He looked at the projection of the heavenly palace of Bishing nearby. Vaguely, he seemed to see a pure white stone tablet standing within the palace. The stone tablet was real and not illusionary. It was as if it originally existed on the 9th floor of the Anata Tower before being enveloped by the heavenly palace of Bishing. As a result, it seemed like the stone tablet had been placed within the heavenly palace of Bishing. Jianchen made his way to the heavenly palace of Bishing. There were a total of 999 stone steps before the palace. The stone steps were illusionary, and he could clearly see the ground below through them. Jianchen hesitated for a while as he stood before the illusionary step. He attempted to climb up, but to his surprise, even though the stone steps were illusionary, he felt like he was standing on solid ground when he stepped on them. Jianchen made his way up the illusionary stairs step by step. He entered the heavenly palace without any obstructions. He directly made his way to the jade-white stone tablet he had seen before. The stone tablet was as white as jade and as smooth as a mirror. It was 300 meters tall. Jianchen felt like an ant standing before an elephant when he stood before it. Master, this should be the core of the Anata Tower. Open up your mind and use your senses to sense the stone tablet, the sword Zither's voice rang out. At this moment, the two swords slowly revolved around Jianchen, protecting Jianchen. Jianchen closed his eyes and opened up his mind. He slowly approached the stone tablet with his senses. His senses successfully seeped into the stone tablet, and immediately, a message appeared. Jianchen opened his eyes and looked at the stone tablet. Excitement filled his eyes. The stone tablet was crucial to controlling the Anata Tower. He had obtained the method to refine it from the stone tablet.